Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new colors appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
And greetings, welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for January 26, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the guests and participants. As we keep reminding everyone, this is a roundtable discussion. We're all equal here, and no soul has an advantage over another soul in knowledge or probably in position as well, as we're all maturing and growing from the creation of the soul into a star. So I would consider us all to be star seeds. So welcome each and all. And yes, volunteering is very important for the Keshe Foundation. We're going to get into that a little bit today, whether you buy a butterfly or you volunteer for a transmutation test or pick up one of the other offers in the Keshe Foundation store. I think this is where the gold can be found. I haven't been able to, using the fields, even to boil a cup of water. So we're still in the learning process of actually applying the fields, adding to the fields, allowing fields to interact. This is all within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. And I think as the OASIS system comes out, and they ran a beautiful test on Thursday morning, it appears, or perhaps it was the day before. They've measured the water, they've measured the energy, and they've measured the gases. So everything is being delivered, I think, right on time. As Mr. Keshe said, it's always on time, even though we're quite anxious to see things happening. But before we go any further, let us again reconfirm our ethos of this idea of the World Peace Treaty. And this is what it's all about. This is not the end all. This is just maturing to the next step to go to the next step. But we need to bring a peaceful world in interaction with the universal community. So I usually ask if anyone would like to read the World Peace Treaty. It's for all of us, including the plants, even though they're quite peaceful, the animals, the vertical people. And it'll be applied across the board as all souls become more and more elevated. Anyone want to read the World Peace Treaty? This document can be found on the Keshe Foundation or through any search engine. I actually used Brave recently and found it. So it is available, and sometimes AI helps us quite a bit, and sometimes I think it can be a hindrance, but at this point in time, we'll have to see how it shakes out. I know within the Keshe Foundation, there are being developed, or at least conceptually, chips with emotion in a brain cell, which will be added into the current AI systems to, in a way, befit the man to be, as we start to automate almost everything. We certainly don't want algorithms. We want someone who can actually, that has a brain cell and not just what somebody programmed in. So this is our World Peace Treaty. It's part of the ethos. As we know, we're delivering a new science, we're delivering a new ethos, and we're delivering a new language to this planet. And that's why it may seem foreign to many. Here we know the stronger eats the weaker, but in the universal understanding and in space, the stronger actually supports or feeds the weaker. And of course, the weaker has a role in it as well to confirm the existence of the stronger. Okay, I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, with our nation, with our territory, with our council, with our religion, with our city, with our town, with our body, and with our soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, position on behalf of, again, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. Would anyone like to add anything to this? And again, we know there's no pen in the soul of the man, and I'm sure you won't find anything written once you go into space, but you can sign it with your soul. Again, it's just an affirmation and a way of living in a way by thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. It all creates a peaceful environment, and it's actually quite healthy for you as well. When you're at peace with everything, things seem to come better into balance. And there's a lot more in this than meets the eye. And this will be the exact document that world leaders will sign. And we may see this brought into the public in a very short time, I'm hoping. And also for religious leaders, because they seem to give the pretext for the political leaders to then have a conflict. So in a way, they work hand in hand, but we don't look at that. We look at the elevation of their souls, that they become enlightened and move into in a way, a deeper dimension of work in the universe. Anyone want to add anything to the World Peace Treaty? Hopefully we're all becoming step by step a little bit more peaceful, starting with ourselves and then expanding that out into our neighborhood or our town, into our country, and then of course into the planet and then across the universe. Well, as I said, volunteering is very important for the Keshe Foundation. As indicated, we need support in every shape or form. So it's up to you what you can do. And I think our best tool right now, without costing you anything in a way, is to use the power of your soul collectively or individually to continue to elevate these leaders. You don't have to order anything out of the store. It's a test. We'll cover it a little bit later. But it's our best and most effective tool to bring the peace. And when we reach a certain point, the collective awareness, if it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create that position of change. And of course, a lot of people think when they give, their pocket gets lighter. But in this instance, actually, by giving, you receive or you get nourished as you nourish others. So there's nothing lost here. There's actually an elevation for all involved, and you're included in that process. And that's just the way the plasma works, or this whole process of giving and taking, which is part of our work once we go into this dimension of energy. But we're going to cover a little bit more of that and the beautiful developments that are going on in the background in the Keshe Foundation. As we know, we only know about 3 to 5% of what's actually transpiring in the background. And I think, as Mr. Keshe said, he's ready to make some very big announcements internationally. You'll see the Keshe Foundation arise on the international scene, but they've asked him to sort of curtail that for now until things are probably more solidified and more in place. And I'm sure there's a lot of scrambling going on in the background, because this is the year the technology will come into the public arena or into the market, as we like to say, in a very, very big way. So a lot of people will be shocked. And as Mr. Keshe said, we don't need millions of people to bring the change. We just need a few. And out of those few, like the few that are here today, that change will manifest itself. So thank you all, as Mr. Keshe has done, and very congratulatory in the last workshop of all the support you've given. But we need to carry on, as he said, to remain independent as an independent structure without any financial ties dictating the type of work we do or the position we hold. It's our responsibility in a way to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And that was part of the video that we just played. Again, in this last workshop, we've heard so many things, but graphs were a big part of it. And showing, again, I couldn't hardly understand the graphs totally, but there's a lot going on, and these graphs are being developed by you knowledge seekers and the volunteering you're doing in the sessions. But it's not only that. You can pick up items in the store and also test them as a volunteer. I mentioned previously, I heard a beautiful story on the ice cap, or what they call something for balancing out a migraine, and a very beautiful testimony and success. So you can volunteer just by picking up an item in the store and sort of seeing how you can interact with it and understanding more. And there are inexpensive products in the store. Perhaps we should go to the Keshe Foundation store. Let's make sure we're sharing that properly. But as I said, this is where the real meat and potatoes is of the technology. As Mr. Keshe said, unless it's certified Keshe Foundation, be aware of what you're purchasing, because it may not give you exactly what you're looking for. But all these products usually have been tested on Mr. Keshe. As he said, I test it first and then you lot get it. So you can be quite assured of the quality of these products. But even so, as he said, with the cosmic ray material, some people will still say it doesn't work or I don't feel anything, and that's because they have not connected to their souls. So where shall we go today? Maybe we'll start with the transmutation. This is what's coming up in the, okay, in the February, March, and April sessions. Something for you to participate in. Most of the meeting is a silent meeting, but as Mr. Keshe said, they're developing quite a lot in the background. And maybe we should go to the beginning of the workshop if we can. In the 574th, I think we're right about this part here. Let me share that properly. We have to keep making sure because the Zoom system has changed and the sharing has changed and different modes of focus within this. So we have to keep sort of checking ourselves. But this is, let's just listen to what Mr. Keshe said about this work that's going on in the huge knowledge that's been developed by the knowledge seekers. This is the part where he showed a number of graphs, and we're going to go to one in a bit, but it's all happened by people who have volunteered in the, what we just showed, the flight sessions.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, or good afternoon, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, we welcome you back. And as usual, we try to share more knowledge and somehow understand more about ourselves. What is important is many of you look at the...
And of course, if you want to make a question or a comment, just say stop the video or I'd like to say something here. No problem.
These Friday sessions with us as something that a few knowledge seekers do. And these few knowledge seekers bring us a lot of knowledge. And the system, we monitor the way they transfer their energies, the way they transmute their energies, and brings us huge amounts of knowledge, vast amounts of knowledge in how us, even as human beings, are controlled. What we see in a very direct way, how for the first time our brain is structured, how we receive energy. Why do we receive energy
Wie erhalten wir Energie?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Warum erhalten wir
Excuse
Energie?
me, can you switch your
Andreas,
microphone?
you're in your other alias or something there, and I have to bring you in as interpreter.
Danke.
Just a second here. Just a second.
I think the Italians have competition at the moment. But again, these are all things that go on in the background with Zoom.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
should be good there now. Just
Okay.
make sure he can record. Yes, I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay, sorry,
Thank
Mr.
you very much. Don't worry. So what it is we have to analyze how we receive energy and how the energy is distributed and how sometimes overflow of energy pushes barriers in our understanding, in our emotion. We've seen the doctors with all the electronics of today, they tell us this part of the brain is for this job and this part of the brain is for this job and this goes here and nerve system takes you there. Now with this new technology, we're looking at the energy which we receive, different than the communication side of the brain which we considered. In the last Friday session, we had some of the most amazing experiences observed that you as knowledge seekers have gone through, and it's opened up a huge Pandora box of questions, understanding, and what's next question for us. I would like to share some pictures as we've done before with you to see how groups of knowledge seekers have managed to achieve some amazing, what we call conditions, positions, and they achieve certain parameters that it brings us to understand more the functionality of the brain.
Okay, so again, we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free, and also we're developing some amazing, amazing technologies, as he said, and I'm not sure where that was. I thought I had that written down, that by seeing and monitoring these energies, we can actually help a mother and a child. I think he said something about the fetus, that we'd be able to, in a way, interact and to create a proper balance for whatever he talked about. And I'm just going to search this if I can, and maybe we'll find it. So these sessions, even though we don't get a lot of feedback within the session itself, usually hello, some greetings, a bit of instruction, and then it all goes quiet. Microphones closed, microphones open. But it's all done in the background, and we don't actually know what Mr. Keshe is testing on different people. Okay, yeah, this is on around 32 minutes, so perhaps we'll go up there. This is part of the what I wanted to play anyway, and I think it's at right around. I think we'll go to about 31, perhaps, and a half. And this is what you knowledge seekers are helping the Keshe Foundation to develop in the future, or what's actually being developed now, which will come into the public domain in the future.
I can do it this way that you can see. And then I go to the next picture, and you can see the change. If I can slightly move it.
And these graphs
like this
are not that easy to read, as I understand it.
And what is interesting is how it bypasses the soul. What this brings us is not what's the screen. What is interesting to us is, in the matter of space technology and transmutation, is this. And where does this go? Where would this little bright light here will take me? Is it a grandmother or a grandfather, or is this dot here the soul of the Mars? If you remember, in the teachings of very recent past couple of weeks, I spoke about line, ray of a magnet. When we reach that knowledge, how to choose, how to measure the ray of a plasma, that little metal, when you put an iron on top of the magnet and you see lines, the field strength of that line connects you to the dimension of every single spot. Every single spot you see on this screen is an end connection to another entity. It's not just a blow up blue light. When you look at what we call these here, these every single dot.
And we'll get to this. It's just coming up about being able to manipulate energies with the mother or within the mother's womb and so on. I've seen these lights quite a bit, but I always thought they were just spots. Sometimes when you close your eyes, you can see little spots. And I was waiting for something to happen with them, but again, I didn't realize this could be the soul of one person or another, or even a different position. As he said, they were nesting. I know someone put something in the Telegram. I don't know if they want to share their experience in the transmutation testing. for the January session. Is that possible if that knowledge seeker is here?
Sorry, Mark, I just want to ask you,
Mm-hmm.
can you put your screen, can you make sure it's, when you look down at the bottom, are you on the YouTube? When you're opening this, is it from YouTube?
I think it is. I have
Okay.
it
Look on the
downloaded as
bottom.
well. Uh-huh.
Yeah, check on the bottom
Uh-huh.
and see on the very right-hand side. Can you enlarge that screen
No,
by
it's
10?
it's maximum.
No, if you see what I see on your screen, it's not on the top. It's not, yeah. No, it's still not for some reason.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because
What
when I
happens,
look,
Gail?
yeah,
What happens when you're using two screens, or at least on this system, if I go to full mode, it takes over my screen that I'm using to control the meeting.
unfortunately, I can't, when I look at it on my own screen here,
Uh-huh.
in that workshop, I can see all the dots, but where it is now, I can barely see anything from the universe and a little bit of the others. And I've got my screen on full, so I
Yeah, it
can't.
is dark. Yeah, I know Ed did some modifications. If you go in the Telegram and the American Telegram and go to his YouTube channel, I think he highlighted this a little bit so we could see a little bit better.
But
Yep.
but Mark,
Mhm.
still on the bottom part of your screen, it shows that you're on small. I don't know why.
No, I'm in theater mode. This is
Oh,
without theater mode, and this is the rectangle. You go into theater mode.
but go to the very right-hand side, very, very far right.
Yeah, I know
Right.
what you're talking about here, full
Okay, when you
screen.
click, nothing happens.
Oh, no, it does happen. It takes over my other screen. This is what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, because I can barely see the dots there.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you can hear the words.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's important where it happens because at the bottom right, in the right triangle corner,
Mm-hmm.
at the bottom, that is your body. And then you come up to the right part, and that's your heart.
Mm-hmm.
That heart thymus area. And then you come to on the right-hand side is your soul of the man, but it doesn't, it's very important to be clear on that. And then you get
Yes,
up further, and that's your
absolutely.
universal energy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not clear at all, but when I was watching it, just myself, it was very clear.
Good. Then you can, I guess you'll have to review it in that mode.
No, Mark, I'm just saying if we want to discuss it with other people, and especially if they listen to the workshop, then
Uh-huh.
it's not going to show to
Yeah, I
whatever.
don't know how to correct that.
Yep, I'm not sure.
I know there were a lot of dots there.
Yeah, you can hardly see the universal energy on the top left.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hardly see soul of the man on
If you zoom in, you can see it clearly when you zoom in.
How do you zoom in?
down
Well, I'm
on
watching from my
arrow.
phone.
Oh, you're watching from your phone, Ike?
Yeah, so I zoom in and I can see
Okay.
the picture clearly.
Okay,
You
good.
can move it around.
Yeah.
Is that the one on the bottom, the very first one with the arrow? I can't tell from here.
This is the one at 32 minutes. I'm not sure if he
I'm
showed one
seeing on your
before this.
screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, again on your screen. If you go to the right, I think Ike is talking about zooming it, see if it'll work.
Yeah, he did it on his cell phone. He's zooming it.
But if you look at the bottom, is that first arrow that you see on the right-hand side with all those things? I don't know.
This?
Oh, no, that's autoplay. No, I'm
Autoplay.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Closed caption
And
settings.
then go to, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
There has to be.
it is not really bright. I wish it was brighter. But as I said,
Mhm.
you can go to the workshop and spend as much time as you like in there analyzing it.
But this would be wonderful if we could see it and talk about it because it's very important.
Oh, you can talk about it.
I can't tell anybody anything. Well, I
Okay.
can probably, I don't know if we can annotate. Yes, I can.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so you can put that thing back on and then if there's something I can just annotate later.
Put what thing back on?
I mean just to keep
Oh,
going
oh,
with the
okay.
talk. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Gail. Anyone else having an issue? I know it's not the sharpest image, but again, these are sort of concepts, the energy coming from the universe, the soul in the middle, the physicality at the bottom, all connected. And then the whole point is to see how the energies come in and how they affect the body. And this is what Mr. Keshe is coming to hear about what they can do in the very near future, it sounds like, where they can actually introduce energies and touch the soul within the womb of the mother to correct or to balance, in a way, a condition that would perhaps affect the child's life. So this is what we're developing.
It's a cell of your soul. It's a cell of your brain,
Interesting that he
which
said,
receive the
oh,
energy.
sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Gail. I know there's a slight delay.
Yeah, I think he mentioned that the soul would be influenced to help the child to be born genetically correct.
Yes.
But if you look at these pictures here, and when he starts to talk, the energy from the universe bypasses the soul and goes straight to the physicality, and then the physicality returns it to the soul of the man. It's very interesting how that works.
Yeah, and when the soul takes its energy, he said it doesn't share. This seems,
Yeah, there's some
again,
new.
very interesting that the soul would take it and keep it and not share any with the physicality, which the soul being a perfect gentleman, you would think that would be right in line with it. But let's hear this. This is what the knowledge seekers are developing for humanity. So, as he said, you'll understand the work you did in the future once these things roll out in a much bigger way. And again, that may be 5 years from now, a decade from now. It may only be 2 years from now or less. We don't
Well,
know.
there's something,
Yes,
there's some,
go ahead.
for me, during one of our workshops where you take a test and help them to test the system, no water for 2 days, no food for 2 days. And then I hooked into the system with, the way that they do. Within 20 minutes, I was hydrated and I didn't want to eat for 3 days. So that's how we help. It helped me. And because the plasma the science is safe, I didn't have any worries at all. And it was very successful. And that's why we were helping the people in Palestinians. So that was a big plus. And, that kind of shows how good the technology is. So we're just, in a way, we're testing to make sure that it's 100% effective, that kind of thing.
And I think it's going to be developed as well, as he said in the last workshop about the cheese and the growing of the tooth and how these teeth are reactors. And it's not such a simple job. I think this is going to be left to the man in the research centers to develop it further. That may be part of this. Anyone else want to comment on that? As all of this knowledge, this is not the end all of the knowledge. I think it's just the beginning, and man will develop it even further in these research centers as more and more people get involved. And I think there'll be top level people, especially if the president decides to cancel some of these arms contracts and move them into the plasma space technology. So we'll have quite a number of people bringing a lot of knowledge or working to develop a lot of knowledge for humanity and systems. So as he said, we're delivering the technology, but man will also develop this technology further.
Every dot you see at this end is one of the cells of your body which receives the energy. It comes to the point where I'm sure in the future, in the near future, as this technology builds up, we do more research and the others do more research, is to assess the point of death at this point. Or from this point in the womb of the mother, decide if the child has a soul. We have a being. There is no discussion anymore. When is the fetus alive? When does he have a soul? You monitor the way we do ultrasonic wave to confirm the existence and the shape of the child in the womb of the mother. In the coming time, through understanding this technology, we can confirm the soul of the child. Does this fetus has created a soul? That there is no discussion, there is a time for anything else or whatever. And the most important thing is that
I think he's talking about abortions and early term, terminating pregnancies and so on. We'll know more about the soul, and we'll be able to place inputs, it says in the transcript, into this soul, into this environment, that we elevate the soul, that at birth does not kill, does not destroy, has reached the elevation of the maturity in the womb of the mother. So this is what the volunteering for the Keshe Foundation, again, I don't think anyone's ever graphed the soul or the energies coming into the body in this sort of way, and this deeper understanding. Yes, we've seen energy flows, we've seen auras and the rest, but not where you can actually place an input to touch the soul of the child to eliminate any sort of preconditions.
Would we, as the race, in understanding it, be able to place inputs into the soul, into this environment, that we elevate the soul, that at birth does not kill, does not destroy, has reached the elevation of the maturity in the womb of the mother?
He says, if you're a scientist like me,
these few dots, if you were a scientist like me, has a huge implication, and a lot of things that the future of the man will depend on. We see how a child has a physical disabilities in the womb of the mother, which can lead to problems at birth. How do we elevate the soul to correct? How do we need to elevate the soul of the mother to change the environment of the womb that changes the soul of the child? The science of today interferes physically. We need injections, we need operations. The scientists of the future interact with the soul of the man, and with that change of soul will change the man.
So this is the gift, in a way, by volunteering. And again, it doesn't have to be the flight session, but even picking up one of the other products, the gift that you're, in a way, providing to humanity. This has never been done before. As he said, the science of today interferes physically with injections, with operations and other things. Here, they're going to be using energies. Nothing touched, no physical intervention.
This is the history of the children of the Mitra. This is what?
Now, this one's a little bit better, isn't it, Gail? Can you see this image a bit clearer? I can. I don't know. Hopefully you can as well.
not the dots.
Okay.
Yeah, but at least when we go back to the other one, we'll know what he's up to.
Yes.
We, as humans, will see what happens in the coming time. I'm sure, as I'm so curious and I'm so adventurous, in a very near time, we will test the existence of two souls. In a way, the soul of the mother and the soul of the fetus. Would we get this? In the other hand, in the near future, as we are on track, we're working and the evolution in science and technology comes, is what happened when we put two beautiful people in one body. What would you see? And is it schizophrenic, you call it, or what I call beautiful people? Or is it the psychological problem? Then we see the two souls in one body sharing themselves in a dimension of physicality to one. The way we are going and the way Keshe Foundation will evolve in the coming months and years, a lot of mysteries, a lot of things which you never understood in the dimension of physicality will be answered through the energy field forces of the soul of the man and the creator.
So this is the type of work you do when you volunteer for the Keshe Foundation trials and tests. That's why I played that clip in the beginning. There's going to be many, many more trials and tests, but moving away from intervening in the physicality and intervening in the energy field forces, which we've never understood. But all this is going to be developed in such a beautiful way. I don't think we can fully comprehend. This is only the beginning of a vast opening of universal knowledge and elevation of the soul, both the mother and the child. We continue with this.
We will have an answer to where this dot is, what is its function, and why is my soul connected to it that I see the other end.
Maybe this is a good time. Would you like to share your testimonial you put in the Telegram? I can read it. Okay, why don't I read it? Again, I haven't read this before, but I'll read it now. I would like to sharing my January transmutation testimony. During the January transmutation test, I chose Apple Daily as the object for the experiment. This choice holds deep meaning for me because this newspaper not only symbolizes Jimmy Lai and other innocent political prisoners, but also represents the freedom Hong Kong once had. However, I am fully aware that Apple Daily has been classified as a banned item in China. Under the national security law, sharing this experience publicly comes with certain pressures and concerns. I believe this law has silenced countless Hong Kongers, making them cautious even when expressing themselves online. Despite being overseas, I must still consider safety issues, which is both heartbreaking and frustrating. During the test, I tried to relax and focus on transmitting love. Holding the newspaper, I sent blessings to all those who are oppressed, particularly Jimmy Lai, hoping they would regain their freedom soon. However, in the process, I couldn't stop my tears from flowing. In that moment, I seemed to receive a message. This chapter has ended, and I need to learn to accept Hong Kong's current reality, let go of my attachment to the past, and move forward. This message was both heartbreaking and empowering, allowing me to experience transmutation not just on a physical level, but also emotionally and spiritually. After the test, I observed noticeable changes in my habits, particularly with my appetite. While I occasionally felt hungry, I learned to control my desires and avoid harming other forms of life. I no longer stockpile food, not even buying milk or bananas as I used to. Having no food at home has surprisingly made it easier to manage my eating habits and led me to reflect on humanity's dependence on food and desires. Lastly, during the test, I recalled past teachings that mentioned using reactors in specific locations, such as casinos or restaurants, to influence human behavior, for example, reducing gambling or appetite. I imagine how such technology could be applied in the restaurant. I used to work in potentially reducing excessive food consumption or gambling's negative effects. Although this idea hasn't yet been realized, I firmly believe that in the future, this technology will truly benefit humanity. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, and the Foundation for providing this testing opportunity. This experience has deepened my understanding of transmutation. I still believe that as long as the world achieves peace, Hong Kong will also find peace, and all fears will eventually be replaced by love and light. Beautiful testimony. Thank you very much for submitting that. And of course, everyone has, in a way, a unique experience. Depending what's being tested with you, you may feel different things. People have reported different things. Sometimes they report the same thing happening, as Mr. Keshe said. We know it's correct because many people from different groups are reporting similar things. So these are very beautiful sessions. And again, this is, in a way, just the opening salvos over the last maybe 24 months or whatever in these transmutation testing. But the most important thing is to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity so that they can develop unencumbered by anyone who would pull financial strings or put pressure, threatening to remove finances or other funding for the Keshe Foundation if they were to proceed in a certain direction. So that's why Mr. Keshe wants to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, but he can't do it alone. It's up to us, in a way, to support this process. And as I said, you can buy small things or as well as large things if you can receive them. But your most powerful tool that you can play with is the collective energies of the soul to add to the world leaders and religious leaders to bring the change. Any comments?
That was a beautiful testimonial. I'm sorry, where did you get the testimonial from, Mark? From the
Somebody
private?
sent it in Telegram to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I try to put on the chat because but it's too long. That's why I give it to Mark.
Unless you put it in 3 pieces, but that might be hard to do.
Yes, very nice. So as I said, if we go back to the store, we're going to come back to this for a minute. I've been using these, here's our transmutation test. This is what the testimonial we just heard is from. And there's probably many in the background, and there's probably many testimonials that people are a little bit shy, a little bit bashful to come forward in the public arena. But I think the foundation has many, many different ones. They haven't revealed them all or to us, but I think in the future, as things start to relax in a way, we'll see more and more coming into the public domain, maybe even in the testimonials meeting. And perhaps this is something we can bring into next month's testimonial if we have permission from this knowledge seeker to at least read it. Would that be okay? Hopefully, since you've already put it in the public domain. And let me just see if we can find these Nutra. Yeah, here's the GANS Nutra, and I've been working with these. This will be the 18th day in a row, and pretty soon I'm going to stop counting them, where you can hold these in your hand, or you can put them in an alkalizer, energizer sort of pitcher, and you can test with these. But I'm very impressed with them. There's 4 different ones. There's the fruity one, there's the herbal one, there's the vegetable one, and then there's the red one, which I believe that's the protein. And again, I've tested it in different ways, holding it in the hand, putting it on the cosmic ray bundle, and then immersing it in water in a plastic bag and drinking the water. Mr. Keshe said this is what's happening, but amazing, my very, very few days have I ever felt hunger. Yesterday, I felt a little when I was getting close to dinner, but this is just a small step for me. As I said, I'm in a 26-mile marathon, and I'm just starting to jog around the block. So I think I have a lot to go, but we're not going to go any further in trying to reduce eating. I'm going to let these energies settle in. And it was interesting today, I didn't even pick up the fruity one. Normally I go with the fruity for breakfast, the herbs for lunch, the vegetables in the afternoon, and the red one after I have my dinner at night. But today I forgot to pick up the fruity one, as I usually do in the morning. And that's what Mr. Keshe said about sometimes the cups. All of a sudden, he makes a cup for someone and they forget to use it. And he said, you didn't forget in a way, you didn't need it anymore. The body didn't need it anymore. I think I still need them, and I just had a natural, I just forgot because I'm trying to keep up with it in a way. But it's, again, will be the 18th day that I only had 1 meal a day. And without any pain, I said, I'm not going to go through this suffering or, having these hungers and hearing my stomach growl and the rest of that. There was none of that. And of course, results may vary from person to person, all depending. But this is, again, a test that you can run. I think each one of these tubes are €99 plus the value added tax. And it certainly will give you emergency food if you ever needed it. But these are training tools to build confidence, as most of the systems are within the store. Now, some people can just do this without any tubes, and it's no problem for them. But and one of the other things I'm working on is not to lose weight, even though I've probably lost 2 or 3 kilos in this process. So just to show you that's available as well. And again, this is volunteering, and you can write back to the Keshe Foundation your experiences with this. But I think everyone has different experiences. Someone was saying earlier today that they actually purchased the knee GANs for a dog. This is, again, we know how much we love our pets, and it wasn't even for her pet. It was for someone else's pet. And we'll see. Hopefully we'll hear a testimony regarding that. But there's many, many, many products within the store, as I mentioned. The migraine cap, the pain pads, the pain pens, the butterflies, and so many other things in the Twinity lines of GANs. So this is our Keshe Foundation store. And again, this is where you can find products that are certified and overseen by the professor, and probably used on the professor as well. So you can, in a way, in full confidence, order these products. Sometimes the delivery can be a little bit lengthy, but they do arrive. And I know Mr. Keshe has addressed that, and hopefully things will continue to be streamlined in the store. This is the insurance, and of course we can cover that if we come to that in a bit here. But let's go back to the 574 and continue with this process. Any comments or any thoughts anyone wants to bring? Again, this is an interactive meeting, but thank you for that beautiful testimony.
What is interesting, when you see the dynamic graph, it's not like this. The dynamic graph is, in a way, moves. It has a motion, and we follow it, how it is and where it goes. Then we see the real characteristics of the soul. Would it come the time that, like today, when you're born, we take a shape at the point of your, what I call perfection as a child, of your soul and its behavior. And in a few years' time, when you're sick or something happens, we see the shape of the soul has changed slightly in a different way. Would we be able to change it, that the soul goes back to its normal position and we don't see the disease which one is supposed to have? Or in a way, we create a blueprint that every few weeks, every few months, when we go through the system, we refresh the blueprint.
Now, I think this is where, if we go back to the store for a moment, we can see this insurance. There's a comprehensive wellness. Make sure we're sharing this. Yes, we are. There is a comprehensive wellness prevention for an individual. Here's the prevention for individual, and then there's prevention for family. If we click on this, there was a number of different what was offered here. Let me just go back if I can, and let's see if it's listed in the individual one. Okay, because there was power for lights, power for energy. There was a feeding program. And this is what he's talking about, coming back into the system for refreshing every so often. So this is what's available at the Keshe Foundation. And of course, it's non-invasive. And normally people that are suggested to have an operation or a correction, whatever the problem is, it can be quite invasive and involved in you staying in the hospital and going under anesthesia and the rest of this. So if you have the ability, this would be a great way to try, unless obviously it's a huge emergency and you need to get rushed to a hospital. But if it's something that can wait, or you feel it can wait, and you can try this non-invasive way, again, it's just very similar to bringing your car in for a tune-up every so often, every so many months. And this is what he's referring to here. Plasmatically, no physical intervention.
No man can kill. No man can destroy. No man has the greed for possession of physicalities. Now you can see the future of mankind through the dimension of the creation and the creator, and not in the bricks, mortar, cars, food, and the physicality of them. I'm sure in the coming time, the way we want a perfect body, we do operations to have the perfect cheek and perfect hair and everything else. Our future children will go through the process that everything is perfect, that they, as the children of the man, become perfect.
That the children of the man become perfect, that everything is perfect. So this is what you're helping to develop by volunteering or supporting the Keshe Foundation. It's a huge gift to humanity. And as he said in the last workshop, in the coming time, in the near future, you'll understand the huge gift in a deeper way, I guess, of what we've helped to develop for humanity. As he said, you knowledge seekers developed this knowledge. It wasn't us. You're the ones that volunteered. So this is a huge, now to me, I couldn't do much with this because my level of understanding is not that deep, but in the hands, as he said, if you're a scientist like me, you can see huge, huge benefits.
But in a way, go back to Keshe Foundation and go back on the website of the Keshe Foundation, and we put the contracts with you that twice a year you go on the system. And for your health and your wealth and your wellness, or whatever you want to call it, this is what we do. Now I can explain to you, after 2 years, putting those contracts up that you people have taken, what it means. We don't fix your physicality. You fix your energy balance field, what we call your souls and attraction, with yourself and the environment. Correction.
So again, a lot of people have reported having trouble through the mail getting products. This is nothing you would get through the mail. As long as you can get funds to the Keshe Foundation, you can sign up for this contract of what he's calling the universal wellness contract in a way. Food, energy, medicine, again, tune-ups, and so on and so forth, and all being non-invasive without using any of the physical type of means. So again, you can get a hold of this as an individual or a family plan.
This new technologies, these new understanding of the energy fields of the man in respect to his universe, to his environment, and how we react, will bring changes to us. We become trained to observe and understand this. I don't need to sit you in front of me and say, have you eaten the grapes? And you say, no. I put the system on. The soul tells me he's lying. He ate the grapes.
And I don't know how this will be used, but I know Mr. Keshe said it is a lie detector. I know Alex has mentioned that as well. And perhaps that sodium pentothal and other things that they get people to, I don't know how all that works, but they get them to talk about something maybe they didn't want to talk about or answer questions in a way. They have to be truthful, but I think they can eliminate that whole process, and it probably extends in so many other ways. And the soul will give the correct answer. Maybe even the police departments will use this if there's a need for it, but there probably will be a need, but it'll diminish over time, I would think, as the mankind as a totality becomes more elevated and moves away from incorrect behavior.
Hey, in so many ways,
yes.
The new energy system structure.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, there's something a little bit perplexing, but I guess we are all novices, so we don't know about that graph. Mr. Keshe mentioned that when you are born, it seems to be, say that we will graph the structure of the soul. That there's going to be a structure of the soul. I thought the soul is energy, which is dynamic. Now, after you are born, and then at some point you develop something, they will go back to correct that error because you have a structure that is stored somewhere. And that goes with insurance. You go every 6 months, twice a year. So they have to always do course correction depending on your environment. But the soul is dynamic. So how is that possible? Because for the soul to have a structure, it has to be static, but it's dynamic. So it's always going to be changing. How do you go back to the initial structure at a later time and correct what is there? Because the soul has to be always moving. I mean, dynamic. Have you guys thought about it?
Anyone want to address that?
Wasn't that the one where he said the soul of the mother could be influenced to
Yes.
change the womb to make
Mhm.
sure that there's no problem with the child, the baby, the fetus?
And we know
And
how we're predisposed through our ancestors, and these things get carried down through the RNA, and then the DNA replicates that. So they can probably see, again, I don't think anyone else on the planet is working in this dimension. This is universal knowledge, and it's going to be developed, but they can make adjustments in the womb and even later on. Yes, the soul is dynamic, but he did say it's not set. It's not static at the point of birth. That means whatever, it has at that point doesn't have to be carried out throughout your lifetime. It can be adjusted or corrected or balanced. Anyone?
Can I jump in on this question?
Sure.
You keep asking amazing questions, and they are really questioning the basis of our existence, because if we look at life as being purposeless, which a lot of people actually do, simply because there aren't any answers. So what we really have to assume is that there is a purpose. Just because we don't know what that purpose is doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It would have to exist because we exist. So having said that, then one of the purposes of life is to learn. And since we arrived here with a basic understanding and a learning, which is embedded within our RNA, and then transferred to the blueprint of the DNA, and then through the interaction of the plasma fields, we have decided to choose Earth as our inertia field interaction. And as a result, then we physically manifest into what we are and who we are. But that becomes what we call a matter state. And that matter state has the plasmatic field, which is emotional, and the physical field, which you can touch and see. But there's an interaction of those two fields. And as such, there's a feedback mechanism. And that feedback contributes to our growth. And so that growth then contributes to our learning. So the growth and the learning are actually synonymous with the absorption of energy fields. Now, depending on our interpretation of that feedback and the assignment of that feedback, then we have a manifestation. So if we assign that feedback exclusively to the soul of the physicality, then we modify according to the physicality. But if we send that feedback back to the soul, then we can modify that feedback with respect to our soul. And since our soul is intimately connected with the Creator, then the soul is always going to do the appropriate thing and will always guide you. and will try and guide you into a point where you can gather up the wisdom that can eventually be embedded. And so there are really two observations that we can make. And one is that we did make the intention to come here, but we came here as a baby. And the way we leave is a little bit ungraceful, to say the least. So there is an opportunity to learn more as to how we can be graceful in that way. And so what it means to us is that we can maintain our interaction of the inertia fields and remain in this environment, or we can choose to change that environment. But before we can literally change that environment, we have to understand how we can maintain the balance. And that balance is ingrained or embedded by our soul. And it has the knowledge that comes from life's learning experiences added to the embedded, shall we say, energy fields of the soul, and it gets carried with us. And in order to understand that and be able to carry that with us, this is the new technology. So the soul will always carry that energy that brought you here in the first place. But the soul is seeking to gather more and then add to in the form of a growth.
Yes, so knows what to do at any point in time.
Correct.
Yeah, it has to mature.
Well, the soul of physicality has to mature. Because our soul of physicality has, shall we say, rebelled against the soul. And this is understandable because of the adopted environment that we've taken. And in this environment, the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we are told that, our soul is a, kind of a figment of our imagination, and that our physicality is what it's all about. So we have to be courageous to be able to fall off that beaten path. And even if 100 people say you're wrong, you have to have the courage to say that you're right by enlisting the services of the soul, who has obviously been right, because when you were born right. So the, shall we say, the irregularities of life have been acquired over the period of life. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're right, that they work within our society somehow, and so you have to understand that to help you navigate. But the rules of the man-made world can never, ever overrule the rules of the God-made world, or the universal laws. It cannot. So when we look at a field, that field that we create is never going to be bigger than our field. Because whatever we grow into as a baby is that bigger field. And in the process of growing into that field itself expands. And that field is our field as it's manifest by the soul. So regardless of how big we grow from childhood, our field of influence will always be bigger. And so whatever we create will never be bigger than that, because we've already proven that. However, the soul has added capabilities which have not been fully utilized. And the soul itself can actually change the nature of the field and the size of the field. But when we're talking about the size of the field, we have to understand that we're talking about field strength. So the way we describe things has to be a little bit more precise and directed towards the context that we're talking about at that particular point in time. But the fact of the matter is that there is no change in field strength if there is no motion. So if we were to maintain supposedly a static existence, then that would kind of be like a catalytic reaction, except for the fact that we are absorbing energy and emitting energy, and that's done simultaneously to maintain our field strength. But it doesn't account for the motion, which is fundamental. The motion is always there, and it has to be there because in order for us to maintain energy within a field, we have to corral that energy, and that energy has to be in motion. We can't stop that motion. And this is the limitation of the understanding of the energy transactions that we are burdened with in our society because of the repeated mantra, if you will, of the domination of the physical reality. So all we have to do really is understand the interaction of energy with the plasma reality, and then understand that there's another force that extends behind that, which has always been elusive for us because we don't understand the purpose of our life. And to say that life has no purpose is, I would say, significantly incorrect.
It's a lie.
Okay.
No, you're right. Yeah, life. To say that life has no purpose is a lie. I mean, yeah, there's purpose of life that we just don't understand it. You know, and then that's the sole aspect of it. Thank you.
So therefore, our artificial intelligence can never ever replace human intelligence. It's impossible. Because anything that we create with respect to artificial intelligence, the first aspect of it is to understand that we create it. And so then that becomes part of our asset. And so whatever we graduate the artificial intelligence to, whatever level that is, will be a level that we have imparted. And at that point in time, that level of understanding will expand our understanding and add to our original understanding. So we now have our original understanding, which is one, the new understanding, which is another one, and the combination of the two is more than the sum of the two, because now we have a greater depth of understanding, and it brings in other aspects that we can consider. So we really have to stay within our limitations. And those limitations will expand, but it takes an increase in the field strength to be able to expand those limitations. And how you increase the limitations is by absorbing more energy. And so that is a prerequisite to expansion. And if you're limited and if you're closed, well, then you're not going to be expanding. And this is where we're at right now. So we are on the verge of understanding that our possibilities are unlimited. Oh, what a great question, Ike. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? And what couple doesn't want a perfect child? And in today's technology, maybe they see the kidney forming on the outside of the body in MRIs and X-rays, and they don't understand why, but they tell the parents perhaps it's you need to terminate this pregnancy because this is a huge, huge amount of complications, or wait till the child is born and then it goes to some sort of children's hospital, as we see these ads on television quite often that tug at our heartstrings and wonder why a child has a cancer or a child has other disabilities or, again, structures that are not correct, where we can do this in the womb of the mother, apparently, in conjunction with the mother. So people will be quite happy to see a perfect child. And as he said, even if something goes wrong after the birth of the child, they can go back into the system for a refresher and put things back into their original correct position, or allow the soul to do that. So this is a huge, huge understanding, and I think it'll probably, again, discourage any sort of termination of pregnancies, which Mr. Keshe said will be able to see the soul, and there won't be any question whether you want to do this or you want to do that. Let's continue a bit. Anyone else?
Which does not look at the physicality of the man, but looks at the dimension of interaction of the fields of the man with himself, with his own physicality, and in a way, with his own space and with his own creator, will bring a new dimension to man. I am the man of the God. I am holy. Oh my God. If you're holy, I'm goalie. You're a thief, you're a murderer, you hide everything else, and the system can show. Why this is important? Because this becomes part of us as part of the transmutation. We see another field, which in so many ways, let's say, is this field. Is it hostile to me? Can I give to it? Can I take from it in a direct mode? Or do I need to give to it? And in a way, which dot is in front of you? Then, at the same time, in the same way, it's the highway. If you look in this structure, what is very interesting is that all these souls go through one line and they spread. And all these come to a very tiny one and they spread. If you understand in the future, I explain, you can say which part of the energy is for the head, which energy is for the stomach, and which of the energy where it's gone to. The same as in time we explain, is this the soul of the grandmother? Is this the soul of whatever? But the most important thing for you is, which we all have to face at the end of the cycle, is which one of its dots is where my soul is going to end. If you look at this picture, just this picture, I can count, tell you how many people were in the groups, and from the picture, I can tell you which one of them is connected to their soul destination. Do you want to see? Do you want to understand? Have a look. Those of you who are in that group, this is destination upon one of your souls. This is destination upon another soul. When you die, when you're finished with this physicality, this is where you are brightest. You're already nesting. It's not just is a bright spot. It's not just another dot. Because when you look at this, this is the position of your soul, which is sitting here. And you see the interaction of. And then you see the interaction of your physicality. If you notice, all of your body has, all the pictures we show, we take, I explain to you to understand more, because we are one structure as a Keshe Foundation. This is your testicles, your production, where the soul of your children sit. This strong position is where your thyroid gland is, where the physical body and the heart sit. If you notice, there is no connection, loop connection, in this side, where it is in this side, where the physicality creates through the emotion of the soul the diseases of them. Then, in the future, you don't need injections, you do not need operations. Physical damages even can be sorted through the energy fields of the body of the man. You go to the soul of the man, you feed the soul of the man, and with it, it feeds the physicality where the problem is to correct. In so many ways, you will learn in the coming time which one of these you need to take to become the energy that the physicality does not need to eat another soul to create, to live, and to exist. This is not the created data. This is you lot who sat last Friday in the system. And it's very, very strange how most of you, most of the pictures, most of the graphs ends up in a very, very clear way of how man in a space will live and how man in a space will survive. When he...
Okay, I think we'll leave that for others to follow up with in a way. Again, they don't show us these graphs in the transmutation test whatsoever. It's all basically quiet. A thank you at the end and a welcome at the beginning with a few instructions, and that's it. But it's bringing a huge, huge amount of knowledge to the Keshe Foundation. If you're scientists like Mr. Keshe, to me, it doesn't mean a lot. We're just sort of learning and seeing these things in a way and being explained for the first time. But another beautiful day has happened within the Keshe Foundation, and this was the Oasis system. Maybe we can just go down to about 244 and hear a little bit more about the Oasis system, of what he said, supplying your water, your energy, and your gas for the elevation of the soul of the man. Let's see if we can just zoom in on this.
At the beginning, in the intro, that system.
Okay, yes, we saw the Oasis in the beginning. We're just going to back it up about 20 seconds or so.
In different levels, different ways to bring the world governments not to teach anymore. We deliver technologies that they can see. We had the most beautiful day today. I can even show you a copy of it. That oasis which we saw in the pictures, even at the beginning, in the intro, that system on its own was tested today. Delivered the energy, delivered the gas, and delivered the water. It's not something we said we are going to do as we've done because technology has to be done. The oasis system is in the hand of the man. And we have to be wise that when we put it out, test is going to be running next few days, a few weeks, will bring the change. The change does not have to come by changing the government in Tehran or changing government in Washington. It comes by giving the technology in the hand of the Africans, in the hand of the third world nation. They see the benefit of it. They pick it up. And then those who think they're in power have no power because there is no need for a power. The condition doesn't come in anymore by going to the strong. It's going to it up that they can enjoy and they can go to the next step. Go to the third world nation, go to the Amazons in Brazil, supposed to be the most advanced nation in South America, but you got in Amazon so many people, poor people. When I put the Oasis out years ago, when I saw today, I sat with our people in the past week, 2 weeks, explain to what is going to happen, what is going to be. Now is time for you to understand the knowledge. We have the Oasis system in our hand today. The water produced, the power measured, the gas is measured. But there's one hidden thing I've hidden in this Oasis system. When you create the system, through it, you have created the energy, you have created the condition for man to elevate his souls and be able to become man of universe and transmute and transport. This oasis which I gave, this oasis which is in our hand, is not anymore for man's physicality. It's an oasis for universal and is in our hand.
Okay, so you see what a beautiful system is being created and is about to come into the market. He hasn't given any dates, but it's more about the elevation of the soul of the man than for his physicality. Again, introducing us deeper into this dimension of energy, which we're just starting to scratch the surface with, I think.
And we are not afraid to talk about it. We are not afraid to do it because our team had to mature to it, and they were matured enough in the past 3-4 weeks, worked past 2 or 3 months to be gifted this such a beautiful technology. The Oasis is not just about the water, the energy, and the gas. The Oasis in it, the structure of it, is to give energy fields which takes man in the dimension of the soul and the other side to the dimension of physicality. One day I explain to our knowledge seekers, this system, the purpose of it is not to create gas to burn.
Hey, Mark.
Is to create the fields of the plasmas.
Go right ahead.
So the new Oasis can create water, gas, but the difference from the old one is that we can be able to transmute or exist in the universe? I didn't quite get that.
Yes, it's for the elevation of the soul and some for the physicality too, but primarily for the energies and elevation of the soul of the man. This was a picture from the 565 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where we see at the beginning of this workshop the concept of the Oasis system. And he said here, this is the reality of it. This is probably just a part of it. I know he talked about mixing gases, and you can see the size of the pencil next to it. It's not much longer than a pencil, and it may be miniaturized in the future. And
so this is a shortcut that he's been talking about over the years, because he mentioned that there's a shortcut for us to be man of universe and also man of this earth. So if this is
a shortcut. Okay, I was wondering what you said. It just came to me. Yes.
Yes, it seems like it's the shortcut. Remember, Mr. Keshe said there's a shortcut for all that, but he's not gonna do that yet. So it seems like this is the shortcut.
Yeah, as he said with the Ubisos, if I put enough energy into the Ubisos, you will meet your own soul. So there's different levels of energies that can be applied. But again, I haven't been able to heat a cup of water yet with the interaction of the field. So I have to rely on the products from the Keshe Foundation at this point. And as he said many times, we show you what we do. We don't tell you how we do it. And perhaps when the soul becomes elevated or to a point, some of this knowledge may come to you, or again, you'll be ready to understand how to create it if you need to create it. At this point, I don't think we need to try and replicate these systems. In the future, they'll be developed, but at this point in time, until the soul is elevated, he needs to protect the knowledge that it doesn't get abused. Even though maybe if we knew how to create water, we'd bring water to a dry area, think we've done a service to the community, but actually we've... Yes?
Yeah, that's a question there.
Please.
It does mean that we have to attach it to items in the home, or does it mean that our body will automatically take the plasma energy as it needs? It's very interesting how this has been done. I see there's something that it attaches to, but I don't know if that's like like, for example, how would you run a cold system like a fridge? Or eventually you don't even need a fridge or a stove. You just consume the energy of food. So how is this going to give us energy?
Well, you saw the boxes he showed in the last workshop, those little tool boxes, 3 of them in a row. He said these are 3 systems. So these might be miniaturized within one box, even smaller than what they're showing here, for food, for water, and for energy. And he said the box that he showed, it's going to be much, much fancier, delivered in a much fancier or sophisticated box, probably with...
But that means then that we probably will end up receiving plasma energy of everything that we need.
Of course, that's the whole
And
idea.
that means we won't have to have big things in the house because the plasma energy will be there if we need it. I'm just curious. I that's what I'm seeing, but could be with other things attached. It's different. I don't know.
Okay, let's see. We're at 247. Just to show you, this was the, if we can just see the original Oasis here on the screen. Let me just bring it over and we can share this. This was the concept of the Oasis system, which we've seen for years. The cooking, the air intake. I think it's, he said this was in a way the concept. And what we saw in that 565 is the reality, he said. Again, we don't know what's in it and how it works, but this is the idea. So everything will be provided for you. Food, energy, gas. He said the gas is not for cooking, but in the last workshop, he said, I'll show you how we burn it. So it can be used probably for cooking. Or do you need to cook if you're taking in enough energies from the universe the way the creator does? I don't think the creator cooks a pizza or anything else, just absorbing energies. And I think the more you do it, the more you'll be able to do it in a way. He talked about using this system in conjunction with the headphones, where you'd put the headphones on, and if you wanted an apple, the system would create the energy of the apple, and you just drink the water that comes out of the machine. I know it does sound far-fetched, but much of this technology is beyond the imagination of the man. As I said many times, I never could believe you could feed yourself without eating. But now we're understanding a bit more of it. So let's go back to, I think it was 247 we were at, somewhere around there. And we'll continue this. Let me just bring this back. Everyone saw that, or did I not put it up? Oh, gosh. Let's go back to our transcript. And yes, so we're pretty close in line. Maybe we'll hear a repeat of a couple things.
This is in it, the structure of it is to give energy, fields, which takes man in the dimension of the soul, and the other side to the dimension of physicality. One day I'll explain to our knowledge seekers, this system, the purpose of it is not to create gas to burn, is to create the fields of the plasmas which allows man to travel the span of the universe. And that system is in our hand today. It was achieved around early this century. This will bring peace, and we need to elevate the soul of our, what we call world leaders, as the Universal Council connects to the soul of us, understand our work and understand the time has come. They have made this call, and we respond to it. Thank you very much for today. I have to go into another meeting. It doesn't ever end. And I hope we see the beautiful time of peace and changes with respect of world religious leaders, government leaders, and the rest. Man never had an opportunity as this year, this time, to see the establishment of peace. But we'll see as we change the end of the wars of the nations. Now we see the end of the wars of the religious, and then we can start.
Okay, we're about to go into the Dome of Peace, but I thought Mr. Keshe made a beautiful, they showed the invitation, and let's see, where are we here? Around 2:34 and about 20 seconds. So let's just go to that, and this will start off our creation of the Peace Dome. I'm just trying to move it up to the right spot, perhaps. Okay, let's start here. And I'm going to actually bring this over to the screen so we can all see it. And we're very familiar with this invitation. This is something we practice on a daily basis. But let's hear what Mr. Keshe said, and then we'll go into creating the first part of the Dome of Peace, which is releasing the Gans waters, and then continue on to using the collective powers of the soul.
Sure if that came through. About the universal community, let me just allow her to speak. I think that's what she wants to talk about.
Yeah. This is Lisbeth.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Lisbeth.
Thank you, Rick. Yes. 2 points. First, thank you, Mr. Fish, for you love and knowledge you give us all.
Thank you.
And second, invite all people, all souls. For all the time, you remember to Mr. Keshe, or you remember to the Creator to unify your soul, or elevate all souls. And specifically, invite daily 21 hours in second time for unify your soul with the Universal Council for for achieve the peace. All the time, all souls be part of the soul of the peace and totality. Please unify all the time your soul, but specifically in that moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think this is beautiful what you've done. I think this here is the most, as I said, the war of the religions are over. 2025 will be the first time mankind has a chance to start a peaceful planet. It's the first time when even the religious wars will come to an end, as we saw the nationalistic wars coming to an end. And we'll see, hopefully, the end of those who wanted to be the only one and the head of or whatever. Trump has created that condition. And looking in, preserving the inside than outside is the next step in the whole structure. Very interesting what you hear in his inauguration is that we have no enemies. We have two oceans on either side. And the others, north and south, is ours, is us. We are created part of from, and we are created too. And this gives us a new insight that, the way I see it, that the time for the end of the wars has come. And as I always said, and if you read my article somewhere, that if we stop making the bombs and making the weapons and making a tool of peace, we'll see that change. But the ground is there, hopefully, if the two major conflicts, religious conflicts, which is with Vatican and the Church of Russia, Moscow, and between the Islamic world and the what we call fake war crimes of what they call Netanyahu, will come to a point that we are ready, humanity is ready to accept the new technology and with it bring that change, because they'll be so busy with it that there will be no time to do it. It won't happen overnight. It's a slog. There's a lot of work to be done. And at the same time, changing, when you give from your soul to these world leaders, give it in the way that they get enlightened that tool of peace serves better humanity than tool of war. And specifically, pray that our religious leaders open their eyes and they put their, what they call the banner of separation, of name of the Creator, to come to an end. And this is when you meet, especially with the request of the Universal Council, there is something going to happen, and this is needed. The way we did, we brought an end to the wars,
Now the religious war is coming to an end. It needs this support to enlighten our leaders to a new knowledge, that they leave the old knowledge. I said to some of the powerful world leaders in the past, very recent past, if we develop the technology that makes obsolete the most advanced technology of today, then we have to look for a system. Now is opportunity. We don't make weapons of war. In a very recent past, in a test with the Keshe Foundation, if you remember, this is done outside the military zone. It's done in the hand of the Keshe Foundation. We always spoke about plasma field, which leaves the microchip as a microchip but doesn't function. We saw this for the first time last week, outside, physically observed by scientists, by people who understand the science. By passing a plasma field through a chip in a certain strength, certain way, the chip is intact, but doesn't function what it's supposed to do. And all the latest weapon technologies have this. And if the governments decide to mount on the satellites they launch such a thing that, given the structure of the emotion and information which leads a material, a system, to be weaponized, not to work, we have achieved our peace, and we see the process of peace. In a way, what we said, doesn't matter what more advanced, B-52, F-35, whatever, with a flick of a finger, no microchip works. It falls off the skies. And we have shown this for the first time last week. And it brought me so much joy. And I said to our knowledge seekers, this is the proof of concept. They said, if you take the chip out, it's got 8 legs or 16 legs, we see burn sign. There's no burn sign. We see something else. I said, this is what we always said. And man, even your AI is so much microchip driven that you can, even AI becomes IA, nothing happens. And how our leaders in the next few months change and bring an end to the war of religions, as we saw, still trying to, the whole world is running on the back of one man. This wars, these killings in the past 10, 15, 20 years. And when that man comes down, he served his purpose to bring an end to religions. Then we'll see the next step. If there is no war, let's say in Gaza, when there is no Netanyahu to push this and people live for centuries together in harmony, there is no state of Iran or Ayatollahs to defend others. And so by one move of peace, all these people lose their importance. They're just the name. And all the religions, even with the Ukraine and Russia, they're just the name. They're gone. Because the belief of the war changes. And it's the most beautiful time to bring. And even today, change of time is part of the work I do. Sitting with governments, sitting with ambassadors, enlightening them of what do we need to. And I ask all your knowledge seekers, in the next few days, we are working on it day and night. A number of knowledge seekers are working in the background in different levels, different ways to bring the world governments not to teach anymore. We deliver technologies that they can see.
Okay, and then he goes into, again, explaining how the Oasis worked and the beautiful day they had testing it. Okay, so let's assist the world leaders. Let's support the world leaders. Let's elevate the world leaders in this process of creating the Dome of Peace. Let's make sure we're sharing this. Okay, and let's just listen. We all know the first and second step of the Dome of Peace. I see someone here that hasn't been with us in the past. I don't know if they're still here. Margie, are you with us? Just want to welcome you and say hello, and don't feel bashful or shy. But let's go into this. Feel free to open your mic and introduce yourself if you'd like, maybe after this or before Alex starts, or maybe you're just on the silent line of communication, which is fine as well.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, thank you, Stefania. And I think we all understand this. Anyone not understanding, this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, and we continue to carry this out until we reach the permanent peaceful condition of the soul of this planet and its inhabitants, as I understand it. But it's moving quite rapidly. So, as he said here, this is the greatest movement by the soul of the man. So your souls are already in action by spreading the Gans waters, helping to bring the change. Now let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, and this is where we use the collective powers of the soul to elevate the world leaders and religious leaders. The Gans is playing a huge role in it as well, but it's something for our physicality to do. Now we're working on the energy dimension, and we know we have that mother connection. And the beautiful part of using that energy dimension of yourself is that no one fails this test. So we're all adding and giving and receiving in this whole process.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built in a way, spreading the Gans, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you. If anyone.
Okay, thank you, Shweta and Stefania. So let's come together in a state of inner calmness and assist the world leaders and the world religious leaders. As Mr. Keshe said, and as he's showing, I'll handle the physical end of it, meaning the Oasis system and the other systems we see created. You start practicing working with your soul. So let's just this is the exercise we do every day. So let's just, and again, whether you want to spend a nanosecond or 1 minute in this process, nobody's monitoring it. Souls just gather on the energy level and they do their work. So we invite you all to participate in this, and let's just take 2.5 minutes. And Alex is waiting to come in. I can feel it, for the elevation of the peace negotiators, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let's assist them in this process. And this is a time for us to practice using our energy dimension. Make sure we're sharing this properly. And we'll just take 2.5 minutes in this process. Thank you. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. Anyone have any questions about it? Again, it doesn't take a lot of energy, and it only takes a small amount of time each day. And you can be working, you can be changing the baby or cooking dinner. Your physicality is not involved in this process. but it's, again, exploring our energy dimension. And if we went to the world leaders in the physicality, I'm sure we wouldn't get too far. But we know using your soul dimension, your energy dimension, we have a mother connection, and that's through the soul of the creator, as their soul is also built above and on top of the soul of the creator. Let's see if Alex is ready to continue this session. Alex, are you with us? I see one mic open. Testing.
Mark, would you be able to give me about an extra 5 minutes, please?
Sure. Sure. Maybe we can watch a quick video. There's a couple of them, and there's so many of them. It's just unbelievable. Let's take this beauty here, which was created, I think, back in 21, where someone asked a question on the rain dance. And I know Shweta likes dancing. We always clap and dance at the end of the One Planet, One Nation, One Race. And what Mr. Keshe said here, he also said a little bit in this workshop about how thunder and storms and so on are created. And we know that even though the Red Indians in the United States didn't quite understand it, it definitely works. In a way, maybe they understood more than I'm giving them credit for. But Mr. Keshe goes on to explain, this is about 6-7 minutes. So Alex, this should be enough time, I think. Let's make sure we're sharing this properly. And again, instead of dancing for rain, let's all use our souls and dance for peace. And this is what Mr. Keshe has concluded in this short teaching. And it's a very interesting teaching. We always thought, was this true? Could they really create rain? Can we really create peace on this planet? We certainly can.
I heard the lesson from the Greg Biden. He was talking about the Indian people, American Red Indian people. When they want rain, they dance in the dirt. They think the rain is already happened, and the dirt is muddy, watery, so they're dancing in there. So when they do that, and then suddenly rain comes. So in this situation, we can think about the peace treaties happen. So we can feel that in our heart, and we can enjoy the negotiations done for. So we can be happy and feel about that in our heart. So that way we can try too, right? We can pray and we can do that too. I am always doing that. So that's why I'm telling you that, and that way too we can try. It's already happened.
Beautiful.
Something with what just was said about Red Indians making a dance on the dirt and making the rain. Why does it happen? We maybe at that time couldn't explain. Maybe now with the knowledge we have, we can explain how correct they were and replicate it with what we call with the support of knowledge, because what we are endeavoring to create the reign of peace and the negotiators. Scientifically, I explained this some times ago. I don't know if there is a recording of it somewhere or not, or somewhere, whatever time. The Red Indians with the rain dance have actually created a scientific motion and a notion for creating the what we call the condition for rain without them knowing. The body of the man contains water. The body of man, when beats the ground, creates a specific frequency which is connected with what his body is made, which is 95% water. Now we know scientifically that thunders, or lightning, which is called, it starts from earth up, not from the cloud down. And when you can get a number of people dancing to a rhythm, which the same as what we call in homeopathic, the strength of the field of the water, because now it's not a hammer, it's the water which beats the ground. You can, if you get it right, create the energy release that is trying to reach the man, to reach the sky, to bring the condition of the cloud and rain. Scientifically, all of us we can do. If we get enough number of people, and if it's done with the right, what we call beat, as we call it, as we spoke last time on Thursday teaching, we create a condition of mono-energetic, which goes from ground up as it's trying to reach us. It reaches the sky, it collects the particles which can relay. And once you start one rain, the rest will follow. So scientifically, it is, with the knowledge we have, the Red Indians, knowingly or unknowingly, created that condition of the release of the energy from the earth up, which, as we know, leads to the creation of the lightning. But in that process, leads to creation of gathering of the moisture and the rain. They created the rain to come with their own dances for the frequency of the water. We understand homeopathy and how the energy is released. And then if you do it long enough, you can create the first energies from earth up, which then it leads to creation of the cloud and rain. So now, if instead of the Red Indians doing the rain dance, the knowledge seekers do the peace dance with their soul and their thoughts, I'm sure the rain of peace will rain upon the Vienna team.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But we need it, and we need a lot of support. It's not going to be an easy job. And it's not going to be a day job. Once we reach it, then we have to establish the next steps, building up the trust. And it's a lot of work.
Okay, so hopefully you've seen a similarity there to creating the rain and the way we're creating the peace. But again, as Mr. Keshe said, this is not a day job. So don't lose heart if you don't see anything happening in the next week or so, because these souls need a lot of elevation because they're so low. They don't even really understand, or they think this is the only position they can be in. So we continue to, in a way, pulse them, elevate them. And of course, in this process, you become elevated as well. And this leads into your operation within the universe, that you're learning to give and to receive energies, or to take energies if you need to. As he said in one point, he said taking is more important than giving. But of course, he said a lot of different things, doesn't he, Ike? As you heard, he talked about maturity in this last workshop. And I know you asked him a question about maturity. He sort of gave a slightly different answer, but it's all consistent. It's just we haven't understood exactly what's being said and in the context of it being said. Let's check in on Alex and take the temperature. Is everything done and ready to be presented?
And thank you very much for bringing us here, Mark. I am ready to take the sharing of the screen, if that's all right with you.
Go right ahead.
Okay, we did test this, so
yes.
Hopefully it should work. Please stand by for business.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2025. Can you believe it? And here we go. I thank you all for being here. We are trying to carry on with the teachings and trying to be relevant in a way and keep up with Mr. Keshe as he's moving the technology away forward at an extremely rapid rate. And so this is another episode of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Plasma Science class. We're discussing basic inertia. I'm introducing a word called out-tensity. Well, it's actually two words. My name is Alexander. It is January the 26th of 2025. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So welcome everybody as we're trying to condense the teachings in a way that it would be attractive for newcomers to come in and gradually migrate from the basic understanding of physics to the basic understanding of the plasma science. And we have over 6,000 hours and now we've gone into 11 years of teaching. And so that is quite a challenge. And so if anyone's asking you, can you explain to me plasma science in 35 seconds? Just say no. There's a lot to learn, and it's part of our life. This is what life is actually all about. And so one of the reasons we're talking about out-tensity here is because the intensity of the hesitancy highway, which is the lowest energy state, is keeping us, shall we say, grounded. And we wonder who is in the way or who is in whose way. And as we're moving along, we really need a good cup holder for our cups of life, don't we? because we have to stay on track. And maybe life is a competition, or life is a contention for trophies, or is life the display of the tensity of winning? And what does it mean to be winning? Understanding, of course, that when there are winners, there are losers. So this is our search for outer space. And this out-tensity is a struggle. It's a struggle to find the plasma highway to our pie in the sky. And that struggle is not so much a victory where some are more equal than others, but it is a victory for our planet as a whole. And this is what we've been trying to discuss, as the books of Maritime Keshe are saying, that in book number 1, we have the universal order of creation of matters. And so here's what's really, really significant, is the bringing together of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And in the context of what we're talking about today, if we could say that the product of the universal order of the creation of matters is one of intensity. And so when we are looking to connect, shall we say, one to another, as we see in book number 2, it's the structure of the light. And to understand the structure of the light is to understand the relationship between what we call intensity and out-tensity. And that this is the key theme of today's class, because here we have a departure point from one form of intensity and a delivery to another form of intensity. So would the transference of energy from one to the other imply that there must be an out-tensity? And this is what I'm suggesting. So in book number 3, we see the origin of the universe, where the one field creates the two fields. And so what's very interesting, of course, is that when you look at these two fields, there is a prescribed distance between what we call man's universe and the sister universe. And also, we find that based on this particular picture, the origin of the universe suffers its demise. And does it have to? And so we keep asking more questions, and this is good, because for 362 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have been trying to bring forward the concept of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And there's a specific reason for that. And it isn't about world domination. It's about unification of us as a species of humanity. So here we are, and we have come to this planet based on the universal laws. But, you know, we have another set of laws, the 10 Commandments that most of us have been brought up with, and which we, shall we say, respect in each of us in our own way. And then we find there's another 24, and I mean another 14 for a total of 24. So when we have varying levels of respect for the first 10, at what point do we graduate to incorporate the other 14? And that means there is no time frame. Each of us has our own time frame. And the reason for understanding that is because there is a plasma highway that is continuous. And we know that because when we look at the universe and we see how well organized it is. And so when we look at where we are, well, we're in the transmission highway, which is based on frequency. And it is also the lowest energy state. So it has an affinity to what we call carbon 12. And then if we want to, shall we say, elevate to the interaction between carbon-14 or carbon-10, and then we find that the addition of these two carbons is actually 24, and there's that number. And so we find that that number is double carbon-12. And then, of course, if we go to the next level, which of course is the transmutation highway, and this is what we're exploring, we find that there's another two fields, but they have changed. The one is carbon-16 and one is carbon-8, and the total still remains 24. So this is how things are in the universe, and here we are, we're trying to remain grounded, and we want to set up our foundation. And every good foundation has a cornerstone, and how do you end up with a cornerstone in a series of fields that are actually overlapping and not giving you any direction as to how we go from one field to another field? But when we do the simple math and we look at the carbon as one track, and we see the ratios, so we have to understand that there's a coming to and a going from. So in reality, the carbon-12 is actually two carbon-12s. And the relationship is 1-to-1. And so if we were to go into the transmutation energy state, the ratio changes 1.4-to-1. And if we go into the transmutation ratio, well, it's 2-to-1. So that kind of makes sense with respect to the elevation, but we see that, you know, it's in very simple numbers, and our universe is far more complex. And so this is why we're talking about the basic inertia, because what we're talking about is the amalgamation of the fields and our understanding of how these inertia fields are coming together. But there is a contention between these inertia fields because we haven't decided where they are or what they are. And so what we understand is in terms of our physicality, and we say, okay, well, this is part of the transmission energy state level, which is an amalgamation of the X, Y, and Z axis. And we see the field strength reflected in the salinity. And then from there, we can create things. And so that becomes part of the transition dimension. And wherever we are in that transition dimension is an inertia field. So it's a coming together, not just of two, but actually of three dimensions coming together. And then if we want to progress to the transmutation dimensions, then we have to take the three dimensions of the transition dimensions and create another inertia field, the transmutation. And that has to have some kind of tension, because that becomes a point of contention of inertia. And in that point, that becomes gravity. And so that becomes the medium. One moment, please. Now, I often refer to the surface to volume ratios because not only mathematically does it kind of justify the pi, because it's 3.14 and a bit and a bit and a bit. And so it's kind of, you know, really kind of flaky, isn't it? But that is how we observe things. We're not very precise, so we try and fudge things. So, you know, to be very precise and say 1 and 1 is 2, well, that's you know, very, very basic. But in reality, 1 and 1 cannot be 2, because we still have the 1, which is part of a feeding dimension, and we have another one, not necessarily the same one, And that's part of the feeding dimension. So we have two feeding dimensions, and then we get a feedback dimension. And so that's the third dimension. So 1 and 1 is 2 in terms of a combination, shall we say, an inertia field, but all three fields remain. There is no demise of any one of these fields, because in the universe you cannot create garbage. So unlike in a factory where we may produce something and then create garbage and throw that away, there's no way to throw in the universe. So whatever we create in one feeding dimension, we also create in another feedback dimension. And we need to have this feedback so we know how much to feed, because otherwise we would just keep feeding and feeding and feeding, and with no feedback, we don't know what we're doing. So as an observer, we need this feedback. And as an observer, then we're none of these three dimensions. We are in a fourth dimension, and this is the kind of the key to the understanding, because when we start to analyze all the various dimensions, then we start to realize that, well, wait a second. There are multiple dimensions, but there are multiple field strengths. And within each field strength is another series of multiple dimensions. So we could have a field strength in the atomic state, another one in the nanostate, another one in the GaN state. And there has to be a balance, because we're dealing with the conservation of energies. But then there's also a conservation of energy transfers between the states, and there has to be a balance. So we can go from, say, a balance in the GaN state to a balance in the nanostate. Well, how does one balance when one is an order of magnitude stronger than the other? So this becomes our understanding on how to balance and maintain equality, because there has to be an equality. But an equality does not mean net zero. Equality means that there could be a creation, or there could be a decay. And what's important to understand is that there is a transfer state. And within that transfer state, it has a dimension, which is a manifestation of the inertia fields of the originating dimensions. So to get to the transfer state, we have to come from a series of three dimensions. And then to leave the transfer state, we have to go to another series of dimensions. So to understand, we have to understand that there's two directions to this. This is just a plasma junction. We are not implying in any way which direction we're going, because when we look at the creation of the universe, we see that it exists from energy. So the energy on its own is always positive. So the charge that we give to energy, whether it's positive or negative, is actually indicative of its motion. And energy is always in motion. And so, as we said from the cover of book number 1, the universal order of creation of matter is the bringing together of the matter, dark matter, and the antimatter, is brought together by a tension. And that tension is gravitational. And then when it's brought together, that means it came from somewhere. And so obviously, if it came from somewhere, it can also go somewhere. And so that therefore all things are working in combination. That is to say that each and every matter is working in combination, and the combination of the matters are also working in combination. And so this now gives us a whole broader understanding where we could stay at one energy state, or we can migrate to other energy states. And then how do we make that decision? So the decision is the plasma rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So arbitrarily, the gravitational force is stronger than the magnetical force. And so that is the higher strength that feeds. But when you have two magnetical forces coming together, then the question comes in is how do these forces come together where it is mandatory that it becomes gravitational? And if we don't understand how to do that, then it becomes a conflict point. So what we need to do is to change that viewpoint from being a point of conflict to being a binding zone. And in order to do that, it requires a different kind of interpretation. So this is not a point of confrontation, because when you're dealing with a point of confrontation, you're talking about contentious issues. But the kind of tension that we're talking about is a balance between intensity and outtensity. So we're talking about conflict resolution. And within that conflict resolution, we're trying to achieve a point of containment, because that's what construction and creativity is all about. But the way many of us understand this is that it's an energy binding system. Well, it needs to be an energy binding system, and it needs to be self-serving. And this is the way the universe operates. But we seem to extend our understanding of the universe within the realm of the earth and ignore the rest, our little tiny perfect world. So when we're talking about getting energy from anywhere, we're talking about getting energy from the earth, which means at the expense of earth. And it is this characteristic that we have then transferred over to our relationship with others of the humanity species, others of the horizontal species, the animal kingdom, the others of the vertical species, the plant kingdom. And so when we say the kingdom, that implies that there's a hierarchy. Well, we don't respect that hierarchy. We do not respect the hierarchy of the plant kingdom nor the animal kingdom. And so it just stands to reason why we don't respect the humanity hierarchy. So how do we differentiate? And the way we've been told is, well, you see, there's a tensity relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces, which are seeking balance. And in the plasma science, we call it a maggrav, a balance relationship. But in the scientific community, we have the balance between the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. And that is restricted to our awake state. And then we have a spiritual scientific community where we have the relationship between the spirit, which is the motor of the soul, and maybe it's part of our dream state. And so we have this tensity relationship between our awake state and our dream state, not understanding that those two work together in a tensity relationship. And this is how the plasma science adds to the knowledge. And the reason this is important is because it affects the rate of change. So we can do things scientifically, and that would go at a certain pace. And we can do things spiritually, and that could go at a faster pace. But when we do things plasmatically, we are doing it at many orders of magnitude at a higher rate. And this is why it's so important. because we only have so much time to deal with this. And when we navigate through our lives, we have to ensure that we can be self-serving, because we have to be able to be self-serving to be able to give to others, and who also need that self-serving capability. But with the feedback that we're getting on this planet, there's a deficiency. So the cups of life are a supplementation of this deficiency. And we find that this is the process of what we call the monatomic science. And so that was very, very basic, but in it we produced ganses. And those ganses were representative of our inner space. And so many of the things that were part of the cups of life was the radiance manifestation of different ganses, such as CO2 gans, calcium gans, zinc, copper gans, amino acid gans, water gans, for instance. And then, of course, there are a whole bunch of other elements. And so here we even introduce a gold gans. But the thing is that these are all part of what we call a plasma feeding. And so when we look at our own self-serving needs, we need to be fed. And the problem, of course, is that when we're hungry, then we need to be fed. But when we are full, are we satisfied? So we find that there's a certain number of meals per day, or there's a certain number of things that we need in our life. And then the problem comes in is when we have everything in the material world that we need. And there are people who do have all that. And does that bring happiness? Does that guarantee happiness? Does that guarantee satisfaction? Do you have to have all of that to be satisfied? Or are you still hungry when the universe feeds you? So does the universe feed you? Well, of course, because here we have the one-track cup of man, which is the combination of the emotional and the physical field. So what is interesting is that the emotional field is stronger than the physical field. And if it's a stronger field, then that's a gravitational taker. And isn't it the gravitational taker? How many of us are led by our emotions as opposed to our physicality? Well, the truth is that you can't go anywhere without the emotion, because there is no impetus to move unless you're emotionally motivated to move. So the physical becomes the magnetical giver, and it becomes directed. So when we direct that, then we are now looking for the place to direct it. So the question is, what is directing that? And so we have the one-track cup of the soul. So the inertia field of the emotional and the physical coming together has to be directed, and the director is the soul. So now that we have a director, then the question is, what do we direct it to? And so since we are on planet Earth, it's nice to have a brain, and that brain then is a reflection, if you will, of the inertia fields coming from the universe. And within there, the same process of what happens is the same way that we have in the cups of life, where we might have the copper gans, which is representative of our physicality, and the zinc gans, which is our emotional context. And then we have the carbogen, which is the, shall we say, the massaging of the energy fields to produce whatever we need. And that then, as we see it, as we understand it, becomes our physicality, which is nothing more really than the inertia of the mind. But the inertia of the mind with respect to our physicality is interacting with the soul of the man. But in order to complete the transaction, there has to be an inertia manifestation. And in order to complete that, there has to be a place. So parallel to our inertial activities is the soul of the earth and the soul of the physicality of the earth also have to come together to therefore create the inertia field of the physicality of the earth. We need this physicality of the earth prior to coming here, because you can't come nowhere. You have to always go somewhere. So in order for you to have the physicality, that physicality has to manifest in a physical environment. So the earth was here before we physically manifested. And so we know that because look at all the other Ganses that came together in this Earth station, this grand central Earth station of Ganses. And we see all the Ganses and their different colors, and they come all in different densities. And we have a classification system where we see all the details of the Earth space and the range of the details. And what is very interesting, of course, is that these details are in specific locations. So there has to be some kind of prejudice there, that it becomes manifest in one location as opposed to another location. So in understanding these fields of prejudice, we see that the earth in its inanimate state, the way we see it, and in our physicality as human beings in our animate state, we don't see the relationship between the two. And yet the rules are the same. So the energy is magnetical, comes in the form of PM text, comes together and merges with the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen, and converges into a plasma gen. And from there, there's a conversion to a MAGRAV condition. Now that MAGRAV condition is gravitational. And then there's another interaction with the gravitational aspect of the Earth. And that creates a field interaction. And within that inertia field, we can have another matter state manifestation. So that matter state dimension is always in a plasma dimension, but there are two characteristics of the matter plasma dimension. One is physical, where you can touch it and see it, and one is plasmatic, where you can't touch it and can't see it. But we are always dominant in our matter state, and we have to understand that the matter state is an inertia field manifestation of other fields that are part of the feeding system. And the matter plasma dimensions are part of the feedback system. And so we like to tell the universe to shut up, because we like to give it feedback. And so we tell it what to do. But, you know, the universe is, shall we say, working in a different plan. And as such, it has bequeathed a gravitational conformation, and the fundamental element that is given us is hydrogen. And that becomes a gravitational tracking that comes together from the universal fields, the Earth fields, and the sun's fields. And so these are all magnetical fields that come together and in turn become gravitational on Earth. So if we say the gravitational fields are intensive, where we're drawing the field to us, we have to maintain this field, and so it creates a tension. And if the sun and the earth and the universe are giving to us, then they must be creating an out tension. And I say tension because there is a connection to the source. So fundamentally, we recognize that we have a source from the sun, and we have a source from the earth. We're just having trouble understanding the source for the universe. And then to understand more of the gravitational confirmation, we now introduce oxygen, which is another element. And it's also part of the gravitational tracking. And it has its own fingerprint. It has its own emission spectrum, and it is unique and different from hydrogen. But the method, the way it came, is that the gravitational tracking is a form of intensity. And so the magnetical forces from the sun and the earth and the universal field forces are all part of the out tensity. And so they come together, and we are the benefactors of that. And that's why we came here. That was one of the choices that we made. So we have a body, and it consists of cells. And so when we look at these cells, there's an interesting characteristic in that these cells basically create a field, and we have 73 trillion cells, give or take, and they have a boundary. And so when we look at the way these cells are structured, we can find that there's a lot of pressure on the inside. So the gravitational intensity increases. There's less pressure on the outside, so the magnetical pressure decreases. But there's a communication from the inside to the outside. So if the gravitational pressure is part of the intensity, then the magnetical pressure is part of the out tensity. So that begs the question, when we look at the plasma chain and we say, okay, so this is a field that goes around the core. We refer to that sometimes as their aura. But what's interesting is that they all follow a path, and not the same path, and not the same distance from the core. But one pack of energy flows along this path. There's no track. It's a plasma path. And another one follows, and another one follows. And so you end up like with a plasma chain, and each of these links in the chain, if you will, follow this path. But then there's another path, and it may be closer to the core, and there's different energy packs that do the same thing. They follow the path, and another follows the path, and so we create another plasma chain. But then there's another one that may be farther away, and it follows the same rules, and it creates its own plasma chain. So the question then is, how come we are able to create the same type of plasma chain the way we understand it, where an energy pack is following a path, and yet the distance from the core is different? So the distance of the core is the out tensity, because that's what's determining the distance, isn't it? And so we see the similarity between the plasma chain and the cells. So as we say, when we're looking at the internal pressure, we find that there's a compaction, a coming together of the chain. It has a smaller radius. but it has the same number of components as the outside chain. And so there's an external density. So the cellular structure and the plasmatic structure mimic each other. But we didn't say which plasmatic structure, and we didn't say which cell. So what we have to say is that that determination is an out-tensity interaction. There has to be one. Because when you say a cell, you don't know if it's a lung or if it's a kidney. So there has to be some kind of determination. And there has to be some kind of link and some kind of interaction to determine this plasma chain tracking. So if we go back to the beginning and we say, okay, well, the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick. So the one neutron split up into the atom and the proton, and also the energy that was transacted to do that splitting was a PM tick. And so that PM tick is released from this transaction, and where does it go? Again, we haven't determined that. But based on this basic teaching, we have to assume that the neutron is kind of the universal structure, and that then extends to the atom, which is the electron and proton. And yet we have different elements. We have different ganses. We have different organs. We have different people. In fact, we also have horizontal and vertical people, and they all follow the same rules, and they all started in the beginning. So when we were talking about our humanity coming together, and we said, okay, we find all these energies coming together, and it's not just 1 + 1. We are a lot of us, and we are all here by the same rules. And yet we find that when this manifestation comes together, that there is a color differential on the outside based on field strength, based on frequency, but there's no color differential on the inside in that regard. But what we do have is a breakdown of humanity's civilization, where we have, for instance, different categories such as Asian, Native Hawaiian, Black or African American, or white, or Hispanic, or Middle Eastern, or American Native. And these are all the same 7 civilizations, that they themselves are different, but they have the same story about the Great Flood. So how can we be that divergent and yet be so consistent in terms of our understanding of what's been going on this planet? So the fundamental thing that we have to understand in terms of energy transfer is that there's a sequencing. And so when we talk about the different energy states, and we talk about the lower energy states, so we talk about the magnetic fields, the electric fields, the combination of those two being the electromagnetic, and then we have the atomic, and then the nuclear, the plasma energy, soul of the body, and the soul of the man. And in order to progress through these various energy states, there has to be a sequencing, a prescribed sequencing, so that there is a balance. And so that balance is allocated to what we call the magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. So the repulsion is the magnetical feeding, whereas the attraction is the gravitational feed back. So that means there has to be a two-way street. So the natural creation is actually a combination of the attraction and repulsion plus the magnetical fields, and the natural decay ends up being the combination of the repulsion attraction forces plus the gravitational forces. So we say that the natural decay comes to be a maggrav, and that becomes gravitational, whereas the natural creation becomes magnetical. So the magnetical is part of the emission, and the gravitational is part of the absorption. But where's the connection? And this is all based on the tensity, the surface to volume ratio, where the higher surface to volume ratio creates a negative charge, and that negative charge changes. So the smaller something is, the higher the negative charge. So that the tensity of the gravitational encapsulation is stronger. And now that it's stronger, being gravitational, it can be the giver. And it gives. This is why the negative charge is the giver. So, is the tensity the same in all cases? And if it were, well, there wouldn't be any growth. So the growth really comes about as a change in the manifestation of the out tensity, isn't it? So when you have a change, that change is only possible with motion if it's growth. But if the change doesn't have motion, then that growth becomes a bulging. So either way, there's a change in the out tensity, because if there's an absorption of energy and that is changing the gravitational aspect of that maggrav field, then either it's going to grow or it's going to get fatter. And then we could call that fatness, bulging. So the bulging actually means it's a changeable relationship between intensity and out tensity. Now, a dynamic field remains intact. And the conformity is variable. So it's not growing, it's getting bigger. So the conformity remains intact within the field. And the conformity is variable across many fields. as we said, there are 3 dimensions, so that would be 3 fields coming together. And so that bulging is the conformity of overlapping fields. And we see that with the magravs that we created, where we had rotating fields and they created a field, and then those fields worked together and interacted. But they didn't go anywhere. There was no lift, there was no motion. The fields were just getting bigger. Or shall we say, the fields were bulging. And then we look at another phenomenon called bumps. And so when we look inside the field, we tend to think that the core is right in the center, and that is the only core. But there can be other rotating fields within that. Now, how do we know that? Well, because we have different cells in our body, and some cells pertain to the lungs and some to the kidneys, some to the liver. So there are different fields with different intensities. And so they maintain a position. And these bumps can move through this field. Now, let's say this bump is hypothetically a toxicity, and it gets encapsulated, and it needs to be encapsulated by a system that segregates it from the rest of the body so that the body doesn't get sick, and this is a natural effect. Then there has to be some kind of expulsion. So this bump, as it's moving through the field, is moving towards a point of expulsion. And one of those points, for instance, could be the surface of the skin. And so if it does move to the surface of the skin, there, that bump creates a bulging at the surface of that field. So now the question then is, how do we go beyond that? Well, let's look at bubbles. We all like to make bubbles. And we think of bubbles as being round. But really, we can have odd-sized bubbles and variable bubbles. In fact, we can have bubbles within bubbles. And this all becomes a game. It's a game of the tensity. So the bubbles that are inside the bubbles have the intensity, and the bubbles outside have the outtensity. And so there's a balance between the intensity and the outtensity, and as long as that balance is there, the bubbles can remain. Well, we don't want to burst anybody's bubble today, but you know, there's there's a tensity interaction between these bubbles, so they don't have to be round. And we know that because we can make funny shaped bubbles. And the funniest shape of all is the one that we call the humanity bubble. I mean, we don't look very round, do we? We have arms and legs and a head and funny shaped bodies. We have a lot of curves. So we're not round. Even the planet, which we say is round, it's not really round. It has valleys, it has mountains. So it just seems to be round if you go far enough away and you say, well, it's just a speck of dust. But if you magnify that speck of dust where you can really, really see close up, and you will see, well, oh my God, it has a lot of details. So we're not really understanding what causes these details because we just kind of wrap it all up and say, wow, it's a bubble. So don't want to burst your bubble. The thing is that we have different organs within our body, and each of those organs have their own bubble of energy. So when you see the bubbles within the bubbles, that's an intensity interaction. Because all the organs have their own intensity and they all have their own position, but all of them are within the body. And so the energy that is gravitationally stored within the body is part of the intensity. But there are other intensities. There are other organs. There are other gravitational points. And they all maintain their position. They all maintain their function. And it's all based on the interaction of the various intensities. Well, that's good. So now we've got our body. But you have an idea, and that's in your head, and you give that idea to someone else. Now that idea is creating an out-tensity. It's a part of you, you gave it, but it's, not part of your intensity, it's part of your out-tensity. So the intensity is striving to maintain a tensity stability. And so we can see that there are fields that maybe are created on the inside and need to go out. And so on the surface, we have these bumps, and they too maintain a tensity stability. So how do these bumps that are on the surface, where we have this tensity stability, become these bubbles that are outside of this gravitational stability and become part of the magnetical out-tensity stability? How does that happen? Well, let's ask another question. We see Saturn, and it has visible rings. And it also has visible shadows between the rings. There are visible shadows between the rings and Saturn itself, and also visible shadows beyond the rings. And clearly, the body of the planet is different from the rings. So these shadows are gaps in the rings. So there's a clear definition of these rings. And these particular rings are visible. So do other planets have rings? Do all rings have to be visible? Can a visible planet have invisible rings? Well, can a visible human have an invisible aura? Is it possible that the rings have to do something with growth? Or is it possible that the rings have something to do with out-tensity? Or is it possible that the rings are a representation of the balance between the intensity, which is the gravitational field force of the planet, and the magnetical force of the rings, and then there's a balance. And not only that, but there's an inside of the ring, which is not attached to the planet. There's an outside of the ring, which defines the border of the ring, but the outside of the ring is farther away than the inside of the ring, which means that the out tensity, which maintains that ring balance, is different from the inside to the outside. And then there's a gap, and then there's another ring, and it has an inside and it has an outside, and those out tensities are different. So if we're just looking at the basic two rings here, where they have a limit on the inside and on the outside to define the ring itself, then that would be 4 different out tensities. 2 rings, each with 2 tensities each, to determine the point of confinement. And that point of confinement is not attached to the planet, but it still is part of the planet. And of course, we assume that it's round. But we know that we're not round. We may have jelly bellies, but you know, what happens when the tensity dissolves? Now you have the gravitational tensity disappearing. So the out tensity of the creation is maintaining its gravitational position, but those bubbles that are part of the bumps on the surface, are they dissolved because the tensity of the main, shall we say, bubble planet is now being dissolved? So there is no rule to say that when the main tensity dissolves, that the bumps would dissolve as well. So what does that mean? That means we have a substitution, which is a transference of the gravitational domination. So at this point of substitution, that point where you go from the intensity being gravitational and the out tensity being magnetical, that point is the balance point of that substitution. And in order to create a substitution where the intensity is substituted for the out tensity, then either the intensity has to equal 0 or the out tensity has to equal 0. So in other words, if the gravitational conformation remains and you create something else, such as an idea or another bubble or something external from yourself, then the intensity has to become transferred or substituted to that bubble. So the out tensity would equal 0. But if that intensity from the primary gravitational conformation is dissolving, then the intensity has to equal 0. And so that entire gravitational conformation gets transferred to the out tensity. But clearly, the amount of energy that is contained within that bubble is far greater than what is manifest into the out-tensity transference, the substitution to a new intensity. And so the bubble bursts. And where does that energy go? So a long time ago, we discussed the x-axis transmission and how we seen a car, how it was rolling perpendicular to the ground. But in order for that car to have wheels rotate, there had to be an input rotation, which is perpendicular to the motion. So the output motion is aligned with the rotation. And, you know, that's an excellent feature because you can attach a steering wheel to that and you can go left or right as well. So you can change direction. Well, that's just pretty good. But when you see a car in motion and it's an internal combustion vehicle and it has noise, and as it approaches, you can see that the sound ratio changes. As it approaches, the noise gets louder. So the louder noise is a byproduct of intensity. And when that car passes you and drives away, and we're assuming the speed coming in and the speed going out are the same speed, you will find that that sound begins to diminish. And that diminishing of the sound becomes the out intensity. It's no longer very intense, is it? So there's a change in the intensity based on that distance. So obviously, the closer it is to the car being beside you, which that would be the loudest noise. So the closer it is to that determines how loud the noise of the engine of the car approaching is. So when it's far away, there's not much intensity. When it comes next to you, there's a lot of intensity. And when it goes away from you, there's a lot less intensity. And so the representation of this car in motion manifested in the sound ratio is the balance between the intensity and the out intensity. So even though the car is moving away from you and the intensity is diminishing, you can still hear it. And so there has to be a connection. So it isn't just that the intensity is gone, but there's a diminishing of the intensity and is being replaced by the out intensity. And this is the whole purpose of today's discussion. Because what we do know is that there's an anomaly in terms of the rolling, because we always have to have this input. But what if there is no perpendicular input rotation? What if there is no engine? What is if there is no internal combustion or electricity to drive it? What if there isn't a rocket in the trunk? How does the motion keep moving? So we find that if we make a slope on the ground, in other words, the slope is towards the greater intensity, the gravitational intensity, then the output motion is aligned with the rotation still, but now it is pointed towards the greater intensity. And so that becomes the gravitational aspect of it. So what happens when we are on a wild ride? We like to drive our cars fast. So we find that when we are driving with too much intensity, then we have an excessive perpendicular input rotation. So the car literally releases from the planet. There's a gap. And we find that there's even less friction going from an asphalt to a dirt road. So the actual car flying in the air there is a balance between the intensity and out tensity. And in this case, the out tensity is greater. Isn't it interesting that the horizontal people, represented by a dog, for instance, knows how to release the water? And it does this through excessive input rotation. So it is with the rotation that we have the out density. Same thing happens when we're applying a grinding wheel to a piece of metal. We have excessive input rotation and sparks are flying. And the sparks are flying in all different directions. So the intensity that is holding the molecules of the metal together, or the atoms of the metal, have no tensity. It's all out tensity. The intensity is zero. The out tensity is maximum. We do the same thing on lathes with metal. There's a metal release. And with the excessive input rotation, we can break down these pieces of metal. Well, you know, we can do that with wood as well, right? We have a wood release on a lathe. So the same thing happens. So what we're doing is we're converting the input intensity to the output out tensity. So there's a change. There's a change in the relationship. And there are those who need to be super skillful at this. Maybe we call them daredevils or motorcycle riders. And so in order to overcome this excessive input rotation, they engage in extreme offsetting. And that extreme offsetting is to maintain their track binding. So the force fields of input of intensity and output of out tensity remain. But in terms, if we want to keep that balance, then there has to be some kind of other force that is applied that can maintain that balance. So when we look at the tensity, and as we've seen with the plasma transmutation tests that we've been running, we see this out tensity separation. And this separation kind of reminds you of when we look at the rings of Saturn, and we're looking at it from one particular angle, but if we were to look at it from the side, as we do here with the rings of Jupiter, we find that the rings, which we've already determined are part of the out tensity, we find that the rings have a separation as well. So we have an inner ring, we have an outer ring, and that determines the ring. But then in order to maintain some kind of mag-rav balance there, we have to have a relationship with another ring. So in other words, two rings. And each of these two rings has an inner ring and an outer ring, and to maintain balance between the out tensity and the intensity. So the creation of the ring has a balance field, and the rings themselves have a balance field. And this balance field can be separated, which means that something can be something as opposed to being something else. And that's all determined by susceptibility. So when we apply that to our field representations of our travels through the transmutation trials and tests, we see a representation of the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the physicality. And so we can see that there's a connection of the inner space. And then there's a connection of the outer space as well. And then there's a movement. There's an out-tensity interaction that creates a movement where we have the energy on the inside moving through the field and then coming to the energy on the outside. And there, even though it's on the outside, it maintains a connection. So if you're looking at the far right picture, where now the intensity is 0. You don't see the connection of the inner space, and you don't see the connection of the outer space. But what you do see is the connection of the out-tensity interaction, because the intensity of the inner space is still connected to the out-tensity of the outer space. It is unique to each and every one of us. So when we look at the out-tensity location of our organs and their positioning within the body, and they are overlapping fields. So our body has a field of intensity. Our kidneys have a field of intensity. Our hearts have a field of intensity, but the kidney and the heart are within the field of the intensity of the body. And so that is a representation of the out-tensity locating that comes from the soul. And if the out-tensity location of our organs within our body exists, then the out-tensity location of where we came from or where we're going to also exists, because it's a two-way street. So when we look at the humanity civilization and we see that all 7 civilizations on this planet have the same story, and yet we find that this planet, regardless of the fact that we all have this understanding of our intensity, this intensity is translated into conflict, and it becomes very sore. And all of us share that, but some more than others. And that energy doesn't necessarily stay at the core, but it can migrate to the surface and become a bump on the surface. And if you find that one civilization has a problem with its self-serving requirements, and that becomes a point of suffering, it's very easily that the neighbors would share that same suffering. And then if they share that suffering, well, then their neighbors would share that. And now you're understanding how the humanity civilization is under this burden of contention, which is a fight between the intensity and the out-tensity. And when you look at the planets, And you see that within the field of the solar system, there is no contention. There is only positioning by nearness and proximity. So, you know, you have the sun space, you have the Earth space, moon space, Mars space, and you have these in-between spaces, and it's all well organized. And there's no conflict. But there is motion. And a strange thing about this motion is that everybody follows the track. So what happens when you have an out-tensity manifestation, an out-tensity interaction? So you still have the intensity within, but now you're transferring it out. And then you have this out-tensity separation. You give birth to another gravitational construct. So that gravitational construct has to have an intensity. That intensity then is a separation from the intensity of the origin. And there is a connection. And that connection comes about when the out-tensity reaches zero. So when you look at the ray motion, which is part of creation, we find that the creation is actually going in two directions. And you cannot have creation without natural decay. You need the magnetical and gravitational aspect of it. But there is a representation of the gravitational and the magnetical. So that it follows its intensity or out-tensity. And so that becomes part of the creation. But what about on the decay? Well, you find that decay is an unfortunate word that is also part of the creation, but that creation is a manifestation of physicality. And so we've already discussed that within our body, we have an intensity and we have an aura, which represents our out-tensity. And so from our intensity, we connect to our out-tensity, and that is how we grow. We go from being a baby to being an adult. And when we grow, the aura also grows. Never will the physical manifestation exceed the aura. It would be impossible because that's part of growth. So what happens to create the separation? So the ray motion is created through the natural creation. And that natural creation is the balance between the intensity and the out-tensity. And so that becomes the conservation of susceptibility, because we're each independent plasmatic variables. And so we have a magnetical susceptibility and a gravitational susceptibility, and that's all within balance of a maggrav condition. But where on the pH table are we balanced? So when we look at the transmutation ratios, we find that there are magnetical plasmatic fields and gravitational physical fields. And then there are acidic fields and alkaline fields, and then break it up into the various quadrants. So depending on how the things come together, so when we look at the Earth space transmutation state, there's an x-axis and a y-axis, which is the coming together of the fields, and the inertial field is the z-axis, which is the amalgamation of the two fields, and there you have your representation. So that becomes our destination. But the outer space transmutation is from our souls. They do the same thing. They come together, where the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality come together and then manifest into our transmutation state, which may be plasmatic or may be physical. Up until now, it has only been plasmatic. We're born as a baby and we leave our body behind. But now we have an opportunity to not only go one step beyond the plasma state, but we also have one step beyond to go beyond the Coulomb barrier. So we can go in both directions, from the lowest atomic state to the monatomic to the polyatomic to the plasma field state, and then one step beyond, and then one step beyond that. And that is how we manifest gold, because that is now we are in the beyond Sanya era, where we have been able to manifest the plasma fields, the GANs, and transmute into the physical state the same way that we were born, utilizing the universal energies. So when you talk about the sound, you can hear the car coming and the sound becomes more intense, and you can see the car leaving and you can hear the sound diminish. Now we are in the beyond the ultrasound realm, where we have the connection, where the soul of the man is connected to everything. And what we give our time and attention to is the interaction. So wherever we are is affected by the speed of rotation, because that affects the transmutation transition. That motion is key. And so when we look at our blue planet, we have to understand that oil and water don't mix. And that's because there's an intensity and an outensity balancing. And the pH of peace is fundamental, because when we look at the universal community and its construct is peaceful. And so if we want to join that and connect, then there are many points on the field strength of the dove. And each and every one of those field strengths is connected through our intensity of life on this planet and our outensity to what we're connected to. And so there's a lot of research that needs to be done. And so we're calling all the space plasma scientists to join our research teams and further develop the fields. And for the rest of us, we need to learn about the transmutation flight system so that we understand our destinations to and our destinations from. And so starting in February, March, and April, we will be carrying on with that and advancing the technology, the transmutation technology, which the range of it is a transition, but it transcends the inertia field transmutation dimensions. Each of these is governed by the laws of conservation, and they apply whether it's covalent, trivalent, or tetravalent bond. It doesn't matter. It's the containment of the inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. So the soul of the man cannot be abandoned and it cannot be compromised. And so the color of man is based on this integration with the soul of the man. This is the integrity of man, regardless regardless of the intensity manifestation, all the same. And so we have this nonlinear unity that comes together as a representation of the path links of susceptibility. So the emission of intention and the emission of retention are other forms of describing the intensity and the outensity. So it interacts to create the emission of intention. And this creates a balance of contention, the contention of equality, which is what we're talking about. And so we have to set up a feeding antenna that also gives back feedback. And we have to tune in to understand that the selection of one force, which is magnetical and is balanced by the force selection of another gravitational force. So we realize that the transmutation then manifests in balance with peace dome, the peace dome of this earth, which is why we came here, the purpose of life. The earth called us here and we responded. Okay, so we have a job to do to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, trying to achieve the greater oneness. We've been trying to do that for 574 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops. It's been over 11 years. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. So we have to learn about the new selection process of the new plasma science. It requires a world peace treaty. That is something that is not up for negotiation. Sign it with your heart, sign it with a pen, because man is the reactor of a three-dimensional transcendent universe. And our reaction is an inertia field. And this inertia field is part of another inertia field that we can transmute to. There are no straight lines through these field transmutations. So can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Not really. So is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? Not really. How do we impart the transition of energy states of inertia? So if we understand that the outensity is the separation and the connection to the physical transmission dimensions, now we know why the plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of this lesson. I really hope you enjoyed this.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. And let's go to our participants and see if it aroused any questions. Anyone? Did Mr. Keshe use other words for outer intensity and inner intensity? Is it just as simple as gravitational and magnetical, or is there more to it? I hadn't heard him use outer intensity before.
Well, that is a word that I have concocted, so I will admit to that.
Okay.
However, in order to understand the plasma science, we have to understand that you cannot have a magnetical field as a standalone field. It has to interact with a gravitational field. Then you go to the point where are all magnetical fields the same size? Are all gravitational fields the same size? Same question.
Or same strength, you mean? or a size?
Well, size, and let's say in terms of diameter, and strength in terms of field strength. Oh, excellent. So if that is variable, so the rules don't change. You need both magnetical and gravitational field forces to work in balance. So the rules don't change, but the strength of the fields do. So where do we have the divide between the combination or the dissolution? Where do we have the combine of the field forces coming together to create one, or as we see in the neutron, that it has the possibility of breaking up into two, right? Isn't that one of the fundamental parts of the beginning? It's here somewhere. It. Uh-oh. What is that, Mark?
Excuse me? Oh, you're looking for a background. Okay. Or one of the foils?
And it's not here.
Yeah, I was interested in those bubbles you were talking about. I haven't been able to boil a cup of water using the fields. I think that would be a great demonstration for people, even if I didn't make the reactors myself, but just putting the cup of water between two small reactors, you could see a lot of bubbles. You could see the creation, to boil a simple cup of water. Have you known anyone that could do something like that, Alex, using the fields?
Not yet.
Yeah.
You see, from my own point of view, I have tried to understand the science, and that's what I'm doing with these classes. My big question is the science real? Is it correct? Is it following scientific principles?
No, it's actually violating current scientific understanding totally.
Oh, well, is it, or is the current scientific knowledge violating?
Well, again, it's an addition to man's knowledge as we understand it. But yeah, I think we do have it arse backwards in many respects. As he said, trying to handle issues within the physicality rather than going to the energy dimension. As he said, with the RNA or balancing fields in the womb of the mother, you can't do it in the physicality, but we continue to try and to try new and, again, innovative ways to do that, but the success is really not there.
Well, the reason I couldn't find the slide is because I've reworked it, and this is the slide I was looking for. And as you can see, the neutron breaks up into the atom and the proton and the electron. So this is, and then it creates the PM tick. So if we were to see that the reason that this picture is correct is because it takes into account all the energies. Otherwise, the energies don't balance. So if in the conventional science you take the mass of the electron and the proton does not equal that of the neutron, and there's a difference. So we just kind of round it off, right? But that's not the way it works in the universe. We are very specific. It'd be like when you wake up in the morning, if we were to wake up in the morning the way we run our life, you might wake up, and you'd be beside the bed. Now you say, oh, hey, I'm on the floor beside the bed and my body's in the bed. Oops, I missed. and then how do you correct that? So the universal laws are very, very specific. You hit the bullseye every time. Now you may not always, fit just right. And so I didn't understand that principle until I was told, well, if you wake up in the morning and you feel kind of out of sorts, well, just go back to and have a nap for about 20 minutes and allow your soul to resort itself. It just didn't quite, it didn't quite fit snugly enough in its pocket, if you will. So let it go out and come back in again. We do that with our computers, right? When the computers go bonkers, we have to reset them. So you kind of reset the positioning of the soul, but nevertheless, the soul will always hit your body. It won't miss. So the target shooting is precise. This becomes very, very important. And then when we look at our souls, are all the souls the same? Well, we'd have to ask that question with the answer, are all neutrons the same? Are all electrons the same? Are all protons the same? Right now.
That was going to be my question, Alex. Are the proton and electron the same as the neutron? Because it looks like if you picture the structure of a plasma, the antimatter, the principle, and the transition, it looks like they are all equal. And I try to relate that to in the beginning, the neutron split into electron and proton. But this shape is smaller for the electron and the proton as regards to the neutron. But in actual sense, are they the same? That was going to be the question which you were talking about.
Well, so they're not going to be the same because we know, mathematically by mass that they don't equal. There was something missing. And, in simple terms, we could say, well, that was the PM tick, which is the energy that was required for the binding. But if it's no longer binding, then what is it doing? So it's going somewhere. We don't know where. But as far as this equation is concerned, we have a binding. But in the process of discussing this particular binding issue, the neutron dissolves. The neutron disappears. The electron and the proton become created. Well, okay, so the one creates the two. But how do the two then create the one? Where did the one come from? So this was the confounding thing, why in book number 3, we call it the creation of the universe, where in book number 1 is the creation of the matter. And so to your question, the coming together of the antimatter and the dark matter and the matter are all at different field strengths. This is the whole confounding thing. When we, let's say you make dinner for your family, you'd be bringing all the elements for the food together, but they're all in physical state. Now, in the plasma state, they would all be in different energy states. Some would be physical, some would be plasmatical, and some would be in a transition state. So each state is an order of magnitude. And then we're not saying one order of magnitude. It could be multiple orders of magnitude. There is no limitation. So we like to climb one step at a time. But, you can jump 2 steps at a time or 3 steps at a time or even more. So there's no limitation on that. And this is the point. So what we're trying to do is to give a understanding of how the energy will split and what is the result of that energy splitting. But it doesn't say, when you say neutron and you look at that neutron, Is that carbon? Is that silicon? Is that copper? You know, why does each of those elements have a neutron? And are they all the same? And if they are all the same inside, just saying, if they're all the same inside, then the outside is different. So should we then discriminate? Oh, yeah. Well, you know, we like gold, we don't like copper. Well, the earth does discriminate because copper has a purpose, gold has a purpose, and all things are working in combination. So, you know, you could very easily argue and say, you know, why should you organize a meal, you know, with the meat and the potatoes and the vegetables, and why don't you just make one big mush out of it? Because you're going to do that in your stomach anyway, you know, because it wouldn't taste the same. And taste affects the emotion. And so the emotion can change the energy transaction. So if you have a choice between a short order cook and a gourmet chef, and you say, well, what's the difference? Well, it's about $180,000 a year difference. So the gourmet chef will feed you, and you won't have an upset stomach. But a short order cook could feed you, and you know, you could have heartburn within minutes. And so that's the difference in the quality. And this is something that we need to understand. Quality is a nebulous description. There's good quality, there's bad quality. A neutron is a nebulous description. There's a neutron of the carbon, there's the neutron of the gold. Does that mean that the electron and the proton have the same? At this point in time, I can not say. But one thing.
It's replicating itself, isn't it?
Well, when you look at the periodic table of elements, the number on the periodic table of elements is the number of protons. And each proton has to have an electron. So the imbalance comes when you take care of that relationship with the neutron. That imbalance was the reason I got involved with the plasma science, because no one has ever been able to explain the difference between the mass of the neutron and the electron-proton combination. So we can understand, we can explain the periodic table of element number, which is based on integers. We say, oh, well, carbon is 6 and nitrogen is 7, oxygen is 8. Okay. And so that reflects the number of protons and therefore reflects the number of electrons. But how many neutrons are there? Well, we just arbitrarily give a mass to a neutron and then divide it into the element. But it doesn't add up. There's always a bit left over. We got to fudge it somehow. So why do we have to fudge it? And so then you look at the conformity of the crystalline structure of the element, and you say, well, they're not all the same. So they're not all playing by the same rules of path link and susceptibility, but they are. They are, because by changing the crystalline formation, you change the tensity. So you have to have the gravitational aspect, you have to have the magnetical aspect of it, otherwise it wouldn't exist. So if the neutron breaks up into an electron-proton only and dissolves, then it doesn't exist. Now you have an electron-proton combination, but that combination has to be a magnetical gravitational relationship that has been transferred from the neutron. In addition to that, the PM tick has to have a magnetical gravitational relationship, otherwise it wouldn't exist. So now you have where you have the neutron in its singularity, you have the atom in its duality, and then you have the PM tick in its singularity. Okay, so how do you determine the difference between the singularity and the duality? Because you are observing the rules of magnetical and gravitational force fields of attraction and repulsion. But there's another factor, and that has to do with the tensity of the attraction and the tensity of the repulsion. And if you need the two forces, the attraction and repulsion, to work together, if you need the two force fields of magnetical and gravitational to work together, then you also need the two types of tensity, intensity and outtensity, and they have to work together. It's a pattern that just follows. We're using different names, but you know, if you say magnetical and gravitational, so that means there is a construct. But that doesn't tell you what kind of construct. You don't know if it's gold or if it's copper or if it's water. So even when you look at the balance between the magnetical gravitational relationship between the electron and the proton, that exists between the hydrogen and the oxygen. So with the differences you have an atomic structure or you have a molecular structure, and we call it water. And then you find that the water can dissolve and the water can combine, and the water has different energy states. And this is the attraction to this planet. And what is the main source of intensity for this planet? And that is the oxygen. So everything is derived from that point of intensity. Now, can we leave that point of intensity and maintain our magnetical gravitational relationship, maintain our MAGRAV status, if you will, and transmute to a different field? Can we do that? We can do that by maintaining our magnetical gravitational force fields and transmuting and maintaining the balance between the intensity and the outtensity. And then at some point, when we are satisfied, then we can release. So the electron and the proton are able to release, but if they release, they will suffer the same fate as the neutron. They will cease to exist. So this is the same is true for the intensity and the outtensity. But there is one overriding exception, and that is the soul is linked up to the soul of the Creator. And that is the strongest bond of all. Thanks for your question, Ike. Over to you, Mark.
Yeah, I didn't think the neutron disappears. When the mother, I mean, when you go through this process of division or decay, does the mother disappear? Or in this picture we're seeing on the screen, when the larger universe creates the smaller and the a bigger universe, does that universe disappear? I don't think so.
It becomes part of it. It goes in, it becomes part of the essence. It becomes part of the entire.
What becomes part of it?
I would think the neutron will become part of the electron and proton.
No, as I understand, here's the larger universe. It's decaying and it's giving off, it's emitting a smaller and a bigger universe, but that one still is intact as I understand it. The neutron doesn't disappear. It just got pregnant and gave birth.
It has that option.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
So if you have enough mass,
So,
then
but Alex, so where is the universe? Because where's the universe then? Because it has to be within. It has to be part of it. That's the way I look at it.
I know, but the thing is that the universe is part of the unicos. That's the way we have to look at it from now on.
Okay, any further discussion on this?
So let me just elaborate.
Of course.
Let's say let's say your universe is a kidney. So you're within your universe. You have your containment, and it's a kidney, and everything within the kidney has functionality. But the kidney is different from the pancreas. And so the functionality of the kidney has a responsibility to the body, but cannot do everything that the body needs. So now you have a pancreas. So the pancreas is one universe, the kidney is another universe, and the two are within the universe of the body.
Which should be the universe, right?
In that regard, the body would be the unicos. That's correct.
Correct. So everything is within. So when the neutron splits to the proton and electron, and asking where the neutron goes, that it doesn't disappear. It all becomes part. It's all within the same universe. The proton and electron is within the
That's correct.
The neutron.
That's correct.
Yeah.
However, when the body dies, it decomposes and it dissolves. And so the same thing can happen with the neutron. But what we have to understand is that there's no garbage in the universe. When you create one thing, you also create another thing. And we never look at that other thing because we're only interested in what we produce. So it's like putting a movie together. You have all this film, you splice it and you mix it up and you put it in a sequence, and then you have a lot left over, and whatever's left over, you sweep it into another pile because what you wanted to do was to assemble this film. And so that is the product that you were after. Everything else is scrap. And some people have discovered that there's a wealth of knowledge in that scrap, and if they could salvage that and put it together in another story, a different story, so it's still part of the same neutron, if you will. So the root neutron will resurrect because it was all scrap, which meant it was garbage. It was dissolved completely. But someone resurrected it. So the energy that was manifest into that scrap is now manifest back into another film. So that becomes the creation of the matter. But in order for that to happen, there had to be an external input, an offsetting to create that. We are missing the offsetting. Okay, so something is causing a separation, and that separation could be a dissolution or it could be a creation. So if a copper wire is giving off electricity, it is not consuming itself in the process. It becomes catalytic. But if you start grinding the edge of that wire, then it becomes consumed and transformed into sparks. So now the wire is getting smaller. Well, if the wire or getting shorter, if the wire is getting shorter, it has less neutrons. That's why it's getting shorter, because you're converting every atom of that copper into a spark. So you can't say that that spark is a copper. That spark is an energy from the copper. But now, is there a rule that says that energy from that spark with the copper flavor, if it is going to manifest or remanifest or resurrect back into the physicality, that it is mandated to be copper? And the answer is no, unequivocally no. Because the energy is bound in the construct of the magnetical gravitational force fields. And it is the intensity and outtensity of these force fields that determine the physical manifestation and the positioning. He's still there. Is everybody still there? Or
Oh yeah, we're here.
Running out of the room.
Any other discussion on this that anyone would like to bring, or another topic? I was wondering, Carolyn or Ike, do you want to give us any updates on the issues in your area? I know the North Carolina situation seems to be going to get some more attention. And I don't know if you've seen anything happening there yet, Carolyn or Ike, if you'd like to share anything about what's happening. Are situations solved? Continuing?
Oh, yeah, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Say again?
I said I'm okay. Thank you. I understand. Thank you.
No, I mean the situation, the fire and all the rest of this. Is this getting settled? And I was referring to Carolyn as well, where I think that area in North Carolina has gotten neglected, and maybe we're going to see some more attention paid. Have you seen anything like that so far, Carolyn? The Army Corps of Engineers being brought in to do some bigger work?
It's hard for me to see anything because I live on top of a mountain.
Okay. Well, you'll hear word of mouth, and you'll probably see or hear some interactions.
I'm working with FEMA. They've been working with me, and I'm pleased with the response.
Good.
But it's capped at 42,000. So if anybody has major damage, they're going to need more help than that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just know my personal experience, and I know that Samaritan's Purse has been doing a lot of housing for people, building little places and getting people situated. I think they're one of the most productive ones, and there's several more charity organizations.
I'd love to see, as he said, I open up the briefcase in Tehran or Iran where they were going to do the conference, and you'll see the creation of the UFO. Why couldn't we take a small corner of LA, of North Carolina, of Gaza, of Ukraine, and other areas, and just open up a suitcase and allow houses to basically create themselves? In a way, as he said with the UFO, you'd see the shimmering in the fields and you would see the manifestation of it. Maybe it's not time for that yet, but that would be a beautiful way, because he said we had to master some of these things before we go out into the universe, and building walls or structures, I think, is part of that. that may come
Yeah,
later.
it'd be really nice if we had the technology, but I think the real estate mongering that goes with these tragedies is over the top. I get calls all the time from realtors wanting me to sell my land and stuff like that.
Yeah, the builders and the material suppliers, whether it's in Gaza or as President Xi is overlooking the Ukraine, trying to get massive contracts, they're rubbing their hands because a lot of money is going to be exchanged and made on this process. But Mr. Keshe could certainly short circuit that, couldn't he? Putting up structures.
Yeah, it would be nice to
be...
get the greed out of the way, and I think the plasma technology really does that in a really splendid way. So it's raising our consciousness and growing up and growing into a new situation rather than the same old grabbers coming around wanting to grab minerals and land. And it was a land loss, and you can see that in LA. You can see it definitely here in Western North Carolina because rivers are twice as big as they used to be and gutted out what's on either side. So it was a lot of land lost in that process.
Okay, well, we hope for and pray for the best, and maybe we'll see a different. This has been going on for how many months in your area now?
It was September 28th when it happened, so it's been 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's just, and it gets worse when we have weather because the debris has not been cleaned up. They've hired people to clean the debris, and they took what they wanted and left the rest. So you just have that kind of thing going on, and you still have. I've noticed a lot of people are just, you can't put anything out on your front porch because somebody will come and steal it. There's just the crime rate. We never had that before. You could do what you want to, not worry about being gone the next day. So there's that. And I know that's true in LA too, the people coming in and wanting to just pick through the
Yeah, I know they've gotten some looters there. And what are the temperatures like where you are? Cold?
It finally got up to 44 today, and it's been super cold down near zero a lot. And I lost my water a couple of weeks ago, and I'm waiting for this thaw to get it back. But I've got a 2,000-foot pipe bringing it down the mountain from a spring, and I didn't realize it uprooted the windstorm, the hurricane uprooted trees and dislodged the pipe. So it was something I hadn't discovered yet because I don't go up there.
Right. And a few oasis systems could make a world of difference, I would think, for emotional balancing, feeding, the gaseous part, so many things. And this is coming. This is coming. I think Mr. Keshe may be planning or foreseeing that there will be a number of other disasters on this planet, not from war, but just from, as he said, the hurricanes, volcanoes. It's a very harsh planet. One of the most harshest, but yet at the same time, it gives us this beauty.
Yeah, I think I missed that the most is the beauty because it was so beautiful here, and that's really missing. So I don't go out very much because it makes me sad. So I stay home where I didn't have. Yeah.
And that's just normal with anybody with a big loss like this and destruction and devastation and loss of life and all the rest. The emotional balancing seems to be very important in these times of these crises for people not to go off the deep end.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There are worse areas than mine in terms of like Asheville and Swannanoa. Trump went out to that Swannanoa area. But that's where the Biltmore House is, and I said, oh, well, he probably just wanted to see the Biltmore House. It's where the money is, the Vanderbilt mansion.
Well, hopefully we'll build more houses.
Yeah.
More.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, I pass the talking stick.
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn. Anything in Palisades, Ike, or anything you want to share?
Nothing yet. I think they still have a few traffic in towards that location. You have to be a resident to go in, so they are just allowing the residents in there. But there's no more fires.
Good. Good. Yeah, I think the president was out there just, was it yesterday or the day before?
On Friday, therefore.
Yeah, yeah. And
hello.
Yes, I was just going to call on you, Liz, but I want to thank you for bringing up that invitation. We did play that today, and I hope we can play it again in the One Planet. But yes, this is a huge key, as Mr. Keshe said, and continuing to work to elevate these leaders because they need a lot of work. So thank you for bringing that. What would you like to say?
Oh, yes, but I intend ask before explanation. I sent to you two pictures, the telegram, but it's of course it's different, like elevated of the soul, but it's about the plasma technology too. Because many times when the people ask to you, so it's difficult for you to explain when you not have a correct answer. I sent to you because mostly the time I observe when replicate is or extend the fields to the water from the plasma, the KAKT I think in that case, all the times appear bubbles. But when you put negative, you compare with the other water, I don't have it. And always time, not important. It's cold day or hot day, not important. It's the same. And not important one country is the same. But I don't know, maybe Alex explained to me physical, out of the physics, out of the science explanation. Yeah.
Sure. I'm sure he'd be glad to share.
Yeah, but there's different countries, but they're the same. Plasma water, and when they have two bubbles, at the right is not with plasma water, but at the left is with plasma water. You see, all the time is the same. All bottle is with the bubbles.
Okay, shall we call in our bubble expert, Alex?
Maybe Alex.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Alex.
Are you a bubble expert?
Yes. Alex is expert to plasma because it's about the plasma. It's plasma water. The other don't have fields from the plasma water, but the other have fields with plasma water.
So let me understand this correctly. The bottle on the left is made with plasma water.
Yes. And the same to the other picture, but there's two different countries, but it's the same.
Is it plasma water or is it bottled water on the right-hand side?
No. Okay. The first picture is plasma water from cup 1. And the right picture is have two bottles. And the left is with plasma water, and the right is not plasma water. So it's for compare. And that picture is for compare.
Okay, so the question is, am I seeing this correctly? There are bubbles in all three bottles?
No, there's bubble. And the right-hand picture, the one container, no bubbles. The other container has some bubbles, it appears to me. And on the left picture, we can see the bubbles clearly. So what is your question, yes, Elizabeth?
My question is, okay, all the time in plasma water appear all time, all always the most important, the water is hot day or cold day or snow day like this. All the time have bubbles in plasma water. But do you see the picture on the right? And two bubbles, the right bubbles don't have bubbles because it's not plasma water.
Yeah,
What
I
is
have a lot of
the
plasma water and I don't see a lot of bubbles in it.
Yes, yes, you see, more there. Okay, maybe the picture is not better, but do you see more of the bottom?
Yeah, we can see the bubbles.
Yeah, see the
Well,
bubbles.
I see the bubbles in my plasma
The
water.
bubbles. Yeah, yeah, plasma water only. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is that the bubbles are full of air, and the oxygen is way bigger than the hydrogen.
Yeah.
Now, the oxygen cannot exist alone. So the main reason the redox reaction, which is with the alkaline water, is the transference of energy through the oxygen. And the oxygen always has a partner. So it's always O2. It's never in singularity. And this is one of the problems with the water formula. So what you're seeing here in my estimation, my explanation is that these are oxygen bubbles, which are indicative of the high energy that's in the water. So it's different. It's not carbonation. You can see bubbles in liquids that are carbonated, but those are acidic. This water is alkaline, and so these bubbles are oxygen, and so it's representative of the energy that is bound in the water. And you know the gas is of a higher energy state than the liquid, as the liquid is a higher energy state of the solid. But you know, even in the ice, you can see the bubbles. So the field strength of the bubbles is very, very strong, and because it is highly gravitational. And this is what I was talking about today, the high intensity of the gravitational field force. We see the same thing with Rick Crammond's rotating water balls. They have a bubble in the core, and that bubble is highly gravitational. And in order to be highly gravitational, it has to be alkaline. And to be alkaline, it has to be more on the oxygen side than anything else. And so I believe these things are all true all the way across. So with the high energy, you can produce the oxygen. But with the lower energy that you have in conventional bottled water, that is physical water, not plasma water. So the only way that it would create bubbles would be through evaporation. And that cannot happen with the lid, the bottle cap holding in there. So I hope that's a good explanation.
Yes, thank you. Really, most important, the water is from directly from the from the key from the water, or you buy the water. It is the same. Most important is plasma water have bubbles and no plasma water never have bubbles. Thank you. And second, yeah, sorry, go, sorry.
Well, if you put the bubbled water, the bottled water in a plasma field, it should within 24 hours become plasma water, and then you will see bubbles in there.
Mostly the time is all the time. So many hours is give it the first many hours. Not important 24 or mostly the 3 or 4 hours, yes.
And the bubbles never disappear?
No, yeah. When you consume, of course, it's more like a level the water, but not disappear, no.
Yeah, I just looked at some zinc, the Cup of Life 1, the CO2. I don't have any bubbles at all. Maybe mine's weak
Yeah.
and small.
Uh,
I could see if
and
you
my
added water to fill it up, that water coming out of the tap, if you're using tap water, is sometimes if you have an aerator, you will see a lot of bubbles in the water until they dissipate.
no, and that bubbles, but bottles, all the bottles is completed with the bubbles.
Huh?
Only take a picture at the top, but it's all. It's like this, like the second picture. That the right picture is the same. It's all bottle is completed with bubbles.
Okay.
Okay, I have to
If
ask a
you
question.
if you tap on if you take the cap off the one on the pink one on the left and you tap on
Yes.
those bubbles, they
Yeah.
disappear, don't they?
Oh, yes.
No,
Oh no?
I don't know. I use it and I got it and put again
Refill it?
the
Yeah.
cup and no, I continue. I
Okay.
see now it's continue. Yeah, I use it
I
like
see a lot of
I don't know.
bubbles when you're producing it, but I don't see a lot of bubbles after it's sitting there. A couple of these I've had for a number of years.
I have an important question
Go
to
ahead.
Yes, go.
Elizabeth. So let's say I'm saying that those bubbles have oxygen. So the
Yes.
oxygen is one of the components of the water.
Yes, of course.
What happened to the hydrogen?
I don't know. I don't know. CO2.
Okay.
Is the hydrogen. I don't know. Mr. Keshe explained this maybe in, 1 week ago, but I need to learn more and understand more. So sorry.
Okay, but sure. Here's the point to learn. You have to see the interaction of the energy with the plastic bottle and the water inside.
Okay.
There has to be an energy transfer, and you know that carbon is part of that bottle. So if you start adding 2 hydrogen to the carbon in the bottle, that'll become oxygen. So you have the higher energy of the plasma water is now creating a field, and everything within that field is now interacting. So that includes the bottle. Now, if that bottle were made of glass, I don't think you would see the same result. My point is that you have to take everything into account, that everything is interacting all the time. So the energy is giving and taking from absolutely everything that you're looking at. But there is a difference in the rate of transfer. So some things are more dense, like metals, so they don't like to dissolve, if you will. Whereas things that are like gas, they dissolve very easily. And of course, water is in between. So they all change at a different rate. So there's always an energy exchange. And that's what you've got to look at. You have to understand that this is what you're promoting. You're promoting so the bubbles are indicating that there's a higher rate of energy exchange within the plasma water than there is in the physical water. So this is what you're seeing.
Yeah, mine are in glass, so I didn't see that.
So the main component
maybe it's different. Yeah. I use all the time. Mostly the time I use with the cup one is water from the oh my God, domestic water.
The
But
tap.
mostly the time, yeah.
The
But
tap.
from the
Tap.
tube,
Yeah, from the tap.
yeah.
From your faucet. Yeah.
Yes, yes, mostly the time.
That has usually they have a little aerator in there. And again, I think if you took the cover off, because you said you're using it quite often, so you're replenishing the water, right? You're taking the top part and then you're adding more water later. So I think that bubble is coming from the faucet myself.
I use it on complete bottle and replace, put other for the other day, for example.
Yeah, you
But
use it and you refill it with the tap.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. But in the second picture, there's the right picture, is one from the tube, so, but the other is by for more. Mostly the time use it buy for use it, but now I put with always around the plasma. No, I'm sorry, around the gas from cup one for use it for drinking, for use it for little cooking or all things. I use it from cup one, but mostly the time have bubbles, but never. I put pay attention now for maybe when replicate from the COP2 or CO2 or zinc is of course is the other the water is from the I forget the name.
The one with no bubbles, Lisbeth, empty that out, save that water, and then fill it up with the tap water, and I think you're going to see some bubbles. This one, the one that's the bottled water. Just empty it out into a glass or a pitcher, fill it up with your tap water, and look for the bubbles. I think you're going to see them.
Yeah, but
maybe
will those bubbles be chlorine or will those bubbles be oxygen? That's the question.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so yes, there will be bubbles, but those bubbles will come from the water treatment plant because that's the other chemicals that are in there. So what the question is if the bubbles from the first one there has on the right there are no bubbles because that is the tap waters at low energy, but the others are plasma water, and so there's an exchange of energy.
I thought she said the bottle on the right is bottled water.
Yes.
That it's not from the tap.
Well, the bottled water is from the tap.
Well, yeah, it says natural spring.
It's all. Oh, is it all? Is it all? It's in all bottle. Only that picture not take a picture completed, but it's only for compare. One have water and the other not. With plasma water have bubbles, and no plasma water not have bubble, but it's for all bottles.
Okay, good question for Mr. Keshe. We'll bring that into the reactor group. Maybe we can discuss that.
Yeah. Yes, many times. I observe for many years, but today as observe her, okay, what is that? Never take a what is the explanation, and of course never take for example in CNA and zinc or CO2 with the distilled water. Never observe. Maybe I observe it and give it to you too, but that is from COP one. Bottles from COP one.
What you need to learn, Elizabeth, is to understand the energy exchange. And
yes,
you cannot get a better teacher than your cell phone, because when you put your finger on the cell phone, something happens. And in order for that to happen, there has to be energy that's exchanged between your finger and the surface of the cell phone. But there's another thing that is happening in the background, and that is you. You want to put your finger on the cell phone. Without you wanting to put your finger on the cell phone will never see the finger. So you are the driving force. You put your finger on the cell phone, and then the energy from your finger is exchanged with the cell phone. And then where you touch the screen, it represents an action, and you can specify that action. So this is how we could dictate the kind of energy exchange. If we could take that perfection, how we can exchange energy with the cell phone, and do that with our plasma reality, then we have truly advanced. And then there will never be war, because we will always see the relationship when we promote the war, the energy exchange. It'll be devastating. So why would we want to do that? So that's part of the learning lesson. If you don't learn that lesson, then you carry on doing the same thing. That's the problem with the warmongers. They never send their children into war. They always send your children. So if they were to send their children in the war, then they get the message and say, oh, you know, your child died in battle, and then how do you feel? And it affects you emotionally. And that is an emotional feeling that you cannot express in words. And if you say, well, someone else's child died in battle, and I'm saying, oh, well, I'm very sorry for your loss, but that loss cannot compare to if that child was your child. So the emotion would be stronger, and the reaction would be stronger. So that's the whole purpose of life and learning the lessons. If we learn the lesson, then we may not require a lot of energy to be input. But if we're stubborn and we don't learn the lesson, then the lesson needs to be harder. More energy needs to be put in. So this is what we have to always understand, that there's an energy exchange. Everything we come into contact with is always in exchange. You cannot walk around, shall we say, with a bubble around you. In order for that bubble to exist, it's depending on the energy that you're feeding. It is also depending on what it comes in contact with. So if you have a bubble and someone comes with a needle, they'll burst your bubble. So how can you come in contact with somebody that they don't burst your bubble? That's the lesson you have to learn. And so you have to understand what it is that the other field is giving and taking, and whether you giving and taking. And if it's not compatible, well, then you have to seek refuge. You know, if I may take another minute, Mark, please. There is I was talking about the expansion into the aura. So the aura grows, and then once the aura grows, the physicality can grow within the aura. So the aura allows the space for that to grow. If you look at a lobster, the lobster has an exoskeleton. So we have a skeleton inside. The lobster has a skeleton on the outside. How does it grow? It literally has to take the skeleton off, the way you may take off, your clothes, your jacket or whatever. But at that point in time, the skin of the lobster is very, very soft. And at that point in time, it can expand. And then it'll expand and it'll expand to a certain point. Okay, so there's a limit to that expansion. And the limit of that expansion is determined by the balance between the tensity and the outtensity. The intensity and the outtensity balance will determine how fast it grows and how far it grows. Now, the surface tension will change, and at that point, the field strength will change. And instead of that skin being soft, that skin will manifest into a hard exoskeleton. And I believe that takes about 3 to 4 days. But during that period of time, the lobster has to be in a safe place of refuge, because it is susceptible to being attacked. Once it has the exoskeleton, it can come out, and it will be able to protect itself with a shield against the harsh environment. So this is the nature of the growth. So we always have to create a field to grow into that field. And if that field is a hard field, then we will not grow. And if that field is a giving field, it has a lot of outtensity, then we can grow into that field. And we can expand our gravitational affinity within that field. And that's what we need to do. If we are going to transmute, we need to be able to expand that field and maintain the gravitational conformity. So that gravitational conformity is dictated by the soul, because the soul has the highest energy, and the soul is connected to the creator, who has the same high energy. So we are created in the image of the creator. So our responsibility is in the image of the creator as well. We cannot shirk our responsibility, but we think we can, because we have a delay in consequences on Earth. So if the lobster doesn't understand the delay in consequences and takes off the exoskeleton, and it takes, say, 4 days for him to grow the exoskeleton back, but he wants to carry on the way as if he had an exoskeleton, well, the moment he comes into conflict, he will have no defense. So this is how we learn. So did the lobster go to exoskeleton school? Or is that ingrained within his RNA? And
anyone who's naked always hides, Alex. You know that. Most of them anyway, except perhaps Lady Godiva.
Well, you know the joke about the Swedish soccer players, right? Hockey players.
No.
The lady reporter comes into the dressing room, and all the Swedish players throw a towel over their face, and the American player puts a towel around his waist, and he didn't understand why, and so they had to explain it to him and said, well, in Sweden, we recognize people by their face. Okay, over to you, Mark. Thank you.
Good. Just another observation here. Why are these bubbles all have migrated to the top of the bottle? When we see in this bottle, the bubbles appear to be dispersed pretty evenly throughout the whole structure. To me, this was filled up with aerated water, and the cover was left on. The bubbles want to escape, but they can't. And over here, this bottle was just filled. Now, when you're making GANs, and especially if you're using a battery, you'll see loads of bubbles in your reactor on the surface, on the walls of the reactor. But after that process stops, usually it settles down. So why so many bubbles on the top, but very few bubbles in the center? And I think this bottle here was filled up recently and the picture was taken, and that's why we see them spread out pretty ubiquitous, throughout the whole structure. That's just my observation.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. More little at the center and more at the at the bottom. Have more too. It's all the border, but More little at the center. That's correct. Yes, but this is in all the bottom. Only take a picture for represent the bubble. So sorry, not take a picture completed.
Yeah, no problem.
But
That's
if you
just
look
my
at
observation. No problem.
if you look at the pink bottle, you notice that the taper goes to the top. And so based on surface to volume ratio, the top is negative and the oxygen is positive. So yes, it'll move to the top.
Yeah, it's trying to escape.
No, it's attracted. There's an attraction.
Like I said, if you take the cover off and you tap the bottle, you'll see and get rid of all those bubbles. You'll probably see the bubbles will not reappear. That's been my experience.
Yeah, but by taking the cap off, you have changed the dynamic of the energy exchange.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying. So if you change the field strength, you will change the susceptibility.
You think taking the cap off changed the field strength?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've changed the tensity of the field. The field is contained within the bottle. You open the cap, the field now becomes part of the rest of the building.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how big or how small the area, when you have gas, it'll fill up the whole thing.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions before we close? We want to thank everyone for being here. And of course,
thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. And thank you for all your questions. Thank you so much.
And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, he's very congratulatory of all the work that everyone's done. And this was a little keychain that we received, I think it was in Manchester. May you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are. And may you be proud of the difference we're all making. As we understand, we're all carrying a very small piece of this very large carpet. And remember to support the Keshe Foundation. I'd like to play that very short clip about John and how the lady who went into the pyramid with a magrav in the room, and she said she levitated, and Mr. Keshe indicated they'd done this with John a few times. But as he said, can you replicate it? And I think this is one of the issues that we're having.
Okay.
Yes?
Sorry.
No.
Only invite again, please, Mr. Keshe, invite too for continuous support Keshe Foundation with the soul. Continue pray to the your own creation, your own creator for unifying the souls, because now need more strongest that soul, because we are the soul of the peace. Thank you so much.
Yes, that's what I tried to emphasize. Our best tool in our toolbox is the work with your energy dimension to reach these leaders, these religious leaders. We stress that quite a bit. And we have been stressing that's the best tool as we start. And also we're learning about ourselves and this other dimension in that process, and that we can interchange energies without a question. But yes, Mr. Keshe said we had 4 or 5 months to bring the change. This is the window of opportunity. And as he said in this last workshop, as well as the one before, that President Trump, in a way, has set the stage. Again, we don't need Trump or we don't need the woman, but we certainly need governments, as Mr. Keshe said. This will never come into the market without the governmental assistance.
Yeah, now it's very important because all decisions taken the new administration affected positive or not the other nations. So it's very important elevate the soul all leaders, because all leaders need to work together and construct one nation. Not what is most from the others. No. It's only all around the world is one nation. Of course, when they elevate the soul of all leaders, you elevate the message. Of course, elevate the followers, that leader, because that message is follow the message. The people follow that message. Of course, the people change your behavior. And of course, all around the world, all souls elevated, elevate the soul of the planet Earth. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, as we say, and Mr. Keshe indicated that these politicians, many of them are just spokespeople. And by elevating them, we're actually reaching the people behind them or behind the curtain as well. So there's a lot of things going on in this process, but as we understand, we have the mother connection through the soul of the creator. Okay, anyone want to mention or say anything else before we close? As I said, I'm going to, let me make sure we have this one, the one I was looking for. No, I don't. Let's see. Okay, I don't. Here it is. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's just bring this up. We're going to play this 1 minute video and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Any other comments, questions, something you'd like to share with the rest? Okay, let's
Only
just...
thank you so much. Thank you, Alex, for your knowledge all the time.
Yes. Okay. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we'll see you in one of the next upcoming meetings. I think the next meeting will be the One Planet, One Nation, One Race in the public Zoom room. Then, of course, the Reactor Group on Wednesday and another Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday. Thank you all, and have a wonderful day.
We have a comment from Joy in the YouTube. It says, I was lying under a pyramid structure with the Magrav in the room, and I lifted. So we have...
Well, it's possible. Depends how you make your pyramid and understanding it, and by accident or thoroughly you reach that point. We did that with John a few times. But you have to understand how to do it. Any other question?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.